Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Tampa City Council Workshop. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I'd like to recognize Councilman Guido Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure this morning to welcome Pastor Kerry Nance, who's a chaplain with TPD. He's no stranger here to City Hall, to City Council. He is returning today to give the invocation. Just a little bit about Pastor Nance. He's been married to his wife Amy since 1993. They have 3 children. Both Kerry and Amy's fathers are Baptist pastors. He was called to preach at the age of 15 at a Christian school retreat. Like my wife, who is from West Virginia, he has experience going back to from West Virginia beginning in 1992. He started at Southside Baptist Church in Tampa, Florida in 2003, where he is currently the pastor. The Southside Baptist Church was organized in November of 2003. He's been a TPD police chaplain since 2004, so happy 22 years of service. Pastor Nance, if you'd like to come up to the lectern, and all please stand for the invocation.
Thanks so much. Joy to be here. Let's open in prayer. Our Father, Lord, as we come to you today, Lord, we're so grateful for you and for your blessings that you have bestowed upon us and upon this country. Lord, literally as we think about this weekend and Memorial Day, we're reminded of the great price of freedom and the many that have given their lives, Lord, to stand on the front lines so that we could be here today. But Lord, we also thank you for your grace, and we recognize, Lord, that you have bestowed great grace upon this country and, Lord, upon this city. Lord, you've blessed us in so many ways, and we're grateful for that, and we recognize that. Lord, today as we continue to pray for this city, we do think of those, Lord, who serve on our front lines and our police and firefighters and first responders. Lord, we pray that you might bless their lives, their homes, their families. Lord, we pray for this city council. God, how they need your help. Lord, I know that there are many issues that come before them. And Lord, as they make decisions, Lord, it's not just their lives, but Lord, I know that they stand guard and watch over the city of Tampa in many ways. Lord, would you give them wisdom? Would you give them discernment? Would you help them personally? Would you help them to know, Lord, that there is a great God that is full of wisdom and grace that can help them? I pray, Lord, that you would be with our mayor. I pray that you would overshadow with decisions that are there. And Father, we just thank you, Lord, for how you have been a God that has given us grace and protection and blessing. And Lord, we pray that you would continue that. And Lord, we thank you for the peace, Lord, that you offer to us through the person of Christ. And thank you for your blessings in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Councilman Maniscalco, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
Pertek.
Here.
Young.
Here.
Viera.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
We have physical quorum.
Thank you. Well, once again, good morning and welcome. This is a Tampa City Council workshop meeting. Just a reminder, workshops are a little different than city council meetings. We will handle each issue individually, and then if you are here from the public and wish to speak to an item on the workshop, public comment on each item will happen after that item, and it is restricted to just the items that we're speaking about during that workshop. So there's no general public comment, just about the workshop issues. So our item number 1 is a ceremonial and presentation activity. I would pleased to be able to introduce Rob Hendrickson. He is the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program Manager, and he's going to give a presentation. And I also want to highlight the fact, a reminder of council, and maybe introduce to those of you that are here or listening, that Rob is our facilitator for our Charter Review Commission. He's doing an outstanding job, and thank you for the service on the Charter Review Commission. Thank you.
Sure.
Rob, the floor is yours. Start with your name, please.
Yes, Robert Hendrickson. I work for Hillsborough County Government. Good morning, and thank you for the kind words. The presentation.
Do we have the presentation up there?
It's coming up.
Okay. As the chair mentioned, my role with the county is the CDBG-DR program manager, and today's presentation is brief, but it's meant to really tell you more about the grant, the work we're doing, and how we're partnering with the city to really help our community. So a little over a year ago in January, the county learned that it would be receiving approximately $709 million from Housing and Urban Development for this disaster recovery grant, intended, of course, to help with the recovery from and to mitigate against future impacts related to the two storms we suffered in 2024. The grant has, of course, strings attached, right? That's not a big surprise, but it's important for us all to understand those, especially our program teams. First and foremost, we need to spend these funds in about 5 years by May of 2031. 70% of the funds must be expended for the benefit of low to moderate income residents and families. We also can use something called urgent need, but basically the LMI piece is essential and very important to HUD and to our efforts. The projects that we do, and I'll tell you more about the composition of the grant and the programs and projects, must have direct or indirect tiebacks to the storm or mitigate against future impacts from future storms. Another important point around this grant is that if any projects have already been funded, they're by definition off limits to us using grant dollars. Sometimes these grant dollars are considered funding of last resort, so that's very important. We worked at the county an action plan by which we really look at unmet needs, and that ends up creating for us categories of spend and amounts we can't spend more than, and I'll talk about those in a minute. But that action plan very much is it's sort of our playbook for moving forward, and it binds us to certain activities. It is a reimbursement grant, so we make sure we spend money well, and then we eventually go back to HUD to be reimbursed. And of course, not surprisingly, there are significant compliance and reporting requirements. So what is our approach around working with the cities? Well, we are, of course, the grantee, but we are in the process of establishing for all of our 3 municipalities sub-recipient agreements so that we can share some of these dollars and, again, do more for the community. Sub-recipients are essentially bound by the same rules we are. We have conducted in-person kickoff meetings with all of the cities. Agreements have been developed and are nearing completion. One of the important points to make in terms of process and roles is just as our county projects and programs all go to our Board of County Commissioners for approval, eventually the projects that the city endorses and attaches to its subrecipient agreement will similarly go before the board for approval. I don't suspect there to be any issues with that. We've actually built up a lot of goodwill and trust with our board, but that is an important step when we look at timelines and when we think about how we get these over the finish line. And then lastly, our team is fully committed to productive partnerships. I want to thank Michael Perry and his entire team. They've been nothing short of great. We've been meeting regularly, and some good progress has been made on the projects the city will eventually propose. So thank you, Michael and team. I'd like to talk a little bit more about where all that $709 million is going. The majority of it is for infrastructure, both what we call mitigation and non-mitigation infrastructure, but it's going to infrastructure projects, and that will really be used by the county and the 3 cities. That's where that money will be spent. We also have 3 county-led programs, and when I say county-led, it's not for unincorporated, it's for county-wide. The largest, of course, and my colleague Audrey Ziegler will talk more about this, are housing programs. We have $211 million for a single-family housing program, which is 211, that's the big piece, and then we have smaller amounts for a multifamily and special population housing. So we are running that, centrally and consistently, but again, in partnership and collaboration with all of the city's personnel. We've been in touch, we've shared outreach materials, and you'll learn more about that in a little while. Public service programs, undefined at the moment. We're looking at the best ways to use these dollars. And then the last is economic development, or what they sometimes call revitalization programs, and we're exploring some ideas there. One idea that's being hatched around that is potentially looking at a way to bring training and certification in the trades to lower income residents of the community. Those are good jobs, but they also help us react to storms when there are shortages in those labor categories. More to come on that, but we're working through it. We do have some planning dollars that are available to all of us. Right now, no one's asked for them or needed them, and we haven't either, so they sit there for now. And then finally, we brought on 2 big consultants to help us. You know, my team, our team is small. We have about 5 core people, and by extension, a handful more, running a grant for $709 million. So we enlisted the support of 2 consultants, Ernst & Young, who's helping with infrastructure, program management, compliance, and system of record, and BDO, which is dedicated to our housing program. That's ended up working well because we have experts on both sides and they're helping us. The point around that is for the Ernst & Young piece, our team is your team. It's the same set of resources and people going to these meetings with Michael and his team, and I'm making sure they're leveraging those resources going forward. In terms of the allocations, we use the population formula to basically spread out the infrastructure portion of the grant across the 3 municipalities in the county, with Tampa at right around 80 million as it looks right now. As I've mentioned, when you guys eventually consider your projects, a couple things to keep in mind. One is to always leave a little bit extra in case things get more expensive before the 5 years are up. The alternative challenge may occur too, where you have some money to spend in short order. But it is a planning exercise. How are we going to spend these dollars? How do we make sure our timetables and our project schedules are achievable? How do we make sure our estimates are liberal enough to account for those overages so we don't get surprised? Because again, there are limits to these dollars. You can't just start taking from housing, dropping it in infrastructure. But that's what that looks like there. We can do a lot of different infrastructure project types. I'll tell you what we're doing in the county to just give you a sense. We've already had board approval for $175 million worth of projects. The vast majority are bog standard, super important public works projects, stormwater projects, ditch restorations, culvert renewals and replacements. We've also have some dollars assigned to our water resources area. We had a lot of lift station failures during the storm, and we're doing a study that may end up causing us to make more resilient over 170 lift stations. Pump station resiliency, a low pressure sewer system conversion down in the Gibsonton area, and we even have 3 environmental lands restorations that are meant to basically hold more water so it doesn't affect our residents as much. In the action plan, if you become curious, you'll see they break infrastructure into housing, general, and business. Really, those are 3 colors of the same color. It just depends on who's benefiting in the service areas that are impacted. At this point, I would like to introduce my colleague Audrey. We have some great progress already on a key program, and she can tell you more.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Audrey Ziegler. I'm the Social Services Department Director for Hillsborough County, and I'm also the lead for all the housing programs for the CDBG-DR grant. Today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the single-family housing program, which we are calling Rebuilding for Tomorrow. So you'll see our branding at the bottom of the slide. This program launched on May 1st. We began accepting applications. As Rob mentioned, there's $211 million dedicated to assist approximately 1,000 homes, and these are not renters but have to be homeowners. They had to be owner-occupied during either of those storms and continue to be owner-occupied currently unless they were displaced by storm disaster. So as long as they still own the home. We also will be covering mobile homes, and we're giving priority to households with income up to 80% AMI, and we are accepting applications for up to 120% AMI. We're just prioritizing how we determine eligibility to that lower income threshold first. We cannot duplicate benefits. So if a resident received funding for the same repairs from another program, FEMA, even a city program, that funding will be deducted from the overall cost of what they'll be getting from this program. Online eligibility information can be found on our website, and there is extensive help at community resource centers, at a dedicated intake site, at the Solitas House, which is, the address is here on 1029 East Hillsborough Avenue, and we also have a call center available for questions. I'd like to highlight that the County Social Services Department partnered with the city's housing team back during the pandemic for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. That was very successful and seamless to our residents. So we're partnering with you all again and very excited to offer that same model to the citizens so they don't have to navigate between county and city programs. We've already met with your housing team, and we're already looking at the duplication of benefits that you all provided, as well as contacting residents on that list who applied after you exhausted all your funds. So we're reaching back out to those residents. There's 3 different categories of funding available for the single-family housing reimbursement. So any up to $50,000 is a minimum of $10,000. So we know because of the delay in launching the program over 2 years now, or almost 2 years, some people spent their own money out of pocket and made those renovations so they could stay housed. If they apply and they qualify, we can reimburse some of those activities as long as they were permitted and the house is habitable. There's also a repair category up to $150,000. And then there's a reconstruction or replacement, and that's up to $350,000 where we can actually rebuild the home on the same property if they're eligible. Some of the statistics so far on the far right, since we've launched the program just a few weeks ago, we already have 894 applications. 216 of those are from the city of Tampa. We have 104 application and eligibility review, and 16 of those have already been visited for a damage assessment. The eligibility process, we have streamlined it and simplified it as much as possible, but HUD is very complicated. So residents do have to provide quite a bit of documentation to verify their income, that they're residents, and that they do own the home. Property taxes are paid and whatnot. So it's a little cumbersome. Rob, I think we'll take questions after.
One more slide and then absolutely.
Okay. And I will invite you all to meet with me. Anybody wants more information, come to our intake center. However I can be of use to you and your constituents, please let me know. I'm happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a last slide, given the amount of work that this involves and the amount of updates HUD requires us to make, basically every solicitation has to hit the website, all our policies and procedures. It ends up being a library, essentially. Because of that, we invested in creating a standalone CDBG-DR website for the entire community across, again, county-wide. It covers information, as Audrey mentioned, about our programs, but one of the features that we're using, and that, of course, will be populated with your projects once defined and approved, we have an interactive map by which residents can use this In My Neighborhood feature to see the projects that are planned, current photos of those. Now, they're not sexy photos. Sometimes it's just a ditch that's overgrown, but it's still important to show the before because later we'll be doing the after. Estimated costs for those and estimated timeframes for some of the bigger public-facing milestones that matter. That's, in my opinion, that's been worth every effort we put into it because, again, it makes it easy for residents to get to this information and understand, what's happening around them because we all know flooding isn't a local thing, it's regional. And hopefully the collection of these projects across the cities and the county will help our community at large should we have to face another event. God willing, we don't. With that, I'll pause, and if you have any questions for Audrey or me, we're here to answer those.
Thank you very much. Does council have questions? Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you so much for this. I've heard about this program already because I was at the Forest Hills 100th anniversary party and they were talking about that they have already started helping some of their residents apply for this. So I just really, I'm glad that this is something that you are doing in partnership with, I'm speaking specifically about housing. But Mr. Baird, I'm so glad you stood up because I have a question for you. Mr. Baird, Brad.
Brad.
That's awesome.
I just called your name. I said you stood up at the right time. So I'm curious, do we have a list of the programs that we are applying for? I'm asking you because I assume a lot of these are very infrastructure heavy.
Brad Baird, Deputy Administrator of Infrastructure. Yes, we are working on the list. We are working with Mr. Hendrickson's team to finalize that list. We want to make sure that we have the right percentage that are in low-income areas and the right projects that qualify. So we have not finalized that list yet. So.
Okay, so thank you so much. I would really love, and I'm not quite sure how to do this, to ask that the city come back when they have that list. Because I think that's one of those things that people are going to be very interested. So I do have a question for you, sir. If I assume then, based on this last slide with the in my neighborhood, that will also be city projects as well? Okay, great.
100%.
So I'm gonna ask if there isn't a link to this on the city websites in terms of the infrastructure websites, that this be included so that our citizens can easily find it, so that they can find out what's coming to their neighborhood. When do you think that the citizens, or rather that this list, when do you predict that this list for the city will be solidified?
Well, the short
If you could come up a little bit, because the microphone's
Yeah,
in
I'm sorry.
thing, sorry.
A lot of progress has been made. The team's been working on it. Carol joined the team, and she's been assisting as well, so that's been good. I would expect probably within a month or two, you'll see something. Maybe it might be an early draft and then eventually be
Sure.
vetted with you. But it's not incomplete. They do have a going in position on these things with some backups. The reason the backups are important is when we come up with these, we engage with our consultants to really make sure they check all the boxes for the grant. And we did the same for us. And then when they look good, there's some documentation that goes along with that. Everything you'll be doing is mirroring the process we used, the documentation standards we use. Again, HUD will want to see uniformity around all of the activities we do, but maybe a month to two. But I will tell you that Tampa is moving the fastest of the cities. And at this point, you guys might be pulling us instead of us pushing you. Okay. So we're excited about that.
I'm not surprised, because, we suffered quite a bit, as did the county, but just, I know that we're definitely excited to be able to use these dollars to help our citizens. So, yeah, I guess that my only request would be, even as soon as we have a draft, if that could come out to at least council members, but it would be great is there somewhere on the website that draft areas are on, or no?
No, we wait for, in our case, we waited for our board to approve so that then they're sort of blessed to proceed. And there's still a lot of, the other thing to keep in mind, I know I'm jumping ahead right now, you're waiting for a list to approve, but even after it gets approved, because of some of HUD's requirements, there are some initial things like environmental reviews that I will tell you, just be patient with the process. It'll take a little longer for yours as it is for ours. But those things are essential. But in any case, no, we don't want to put any draft information up in case it changes and then people wonder where it went. But once approved, we have a process to get everything loaded onto the site. As I mentioned, we send photographers out. We'll do it exactly the same way. In my mind, the public doesn't care about the borders. They care about value and help. So.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. But so once those projects, Mr. Baird, are even just, sort of solidified, I do think like an email to council would be wonderful, or somehow to find out what those might be so that we can have a little bit of input too. That would be my request. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that, and always nice to see Mr. Baird. Always such a nice guy, and one of the many people I've gotten to enjoy knowing in my time here on council, and a decent person, and just God bless you. But thank you guys for your presentation on such an important issue. A couple of quick questions, if I may, and you may have noticed, you may have mentioned this. What is the cutoff for applications for residential assistance?
We are not expecting to cut off the application list until we reach around 3,000.
Okay, great.
So
okay.
we have plenty of bandwidth to continue to accept applications.
Marvelous. Okay, good to know. And what again is the income threshold for eligibility?
I should have had an example for
If you
you,
don't.
but it's 80% AMI, and then the next tier is up to 120% AMI.
Good.
So it's
Okay,
very
good.
generous.
Okay, that's great. That's good, because I know, in the city of Tampa, our flood housing assistance program was something that pretty much nobody in the local regional area did whatsoever. We actually used city dollars, and I always called it a down payment for something bigger that was coming to help people. And we all know people who have benefited from these two allotted programs, and they've really helped people a lot. Helped people in North Tampa, help people in South Tampa, Councilman Carlson's district, and he always says correctly, which is that a lot of our friends in South Tampa, there's a lot of working class people out there. And of course, North Tampa, the Fowler Bush communities, always call that the working class backbone of Tampa. But this goes to a larger issue, which is that we don't want these areas post-Milton and post-Helene to become redefined and to have a lot of areas that are some of the few areas where somebody middle class or working class can afford to move into the city of Tampa, for these folks to be priced out. And the after effect of our hurricanes is going to do that in a lot of these communities without further intervention and assistance, And I also do want to give just a big shout out to a lot of the areas too in other parts of the county. I saw there, I think it was $6 million for Plant City. That was devastated. Plant City was devastated, as we all know. We work with Commissioner Christine Miller, who represents that area directly. Town and Country, I went out there with Harry Cohen, Nancy Milan, and different folks. Devastated out there, very, very tragic. So this is wonderful stuff, and I just appreciate y'all's presentation and government doing what it should. A lot of people have disagreements on the role of government, but I don't think that anybody would disagree on something like this, because these folks have been devastated, and it's good to continue to help them because God knows they need it. So thank you, guys.
Well, thank you too for your support. And as you're in the community, if you can invite us to meet with local representatives out there, that way we can sit in rec rooms and help people apply.
Yeah.
We're more than happy to do that. So a lot
my-
of outreach is what we're hoping to do too. People
Yes,
don't have to
ma'am.
come to us, we can go to them.
You know what I'll do is, I'll go ahead, the hell with it. I'll just set up a meeting in North Tampa
Let's
if
do
I
it.
may for y'all. I'd love to do that. So Sebastian, let's get with them and we'll do that next month or so if you don't mind.
We would love to do that.
You wanted the best, you got the best.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, same thing, and as Councilmember Vieira was saying just now, probably the majority of people in my district, which is South Tampa, who would qualify are south of Gandy. There are others throughout where people have lived in the same homes multiple generations. We also have some folks along the coast that on the west coast that got hit really hard. But I'm happy to set up any kind of meetings, and I asked my aide to maybe help set up a meeting at the Gandy Civic Association. That's where people are used to going to get hurricane supplies and others. And in particular, we'd want to target the Port Tampa area that was really hard hit. There's a historic African-American community there that is made up of the descendants of the longshoremen who used to work in the port when it was over there. And many of them have owned their own homes 3 or 4 generations, and they didn't have insurance, and they were hit really hard. I also have a constituent who has a son who's disabled, and so during the storm, she had like 7 feet of water come through the bottom floor of her house where her son was in. It had all of his special equipment for his disabilities, and she had to, in the rain, take him and carry him upstairs outside to get him out of danger. Is there any kind of special category for folks who have disabled kids or disabled family members?
We'll work through it.
Okay, thank you very much.
And please do invite us. People are fatigued of getting a phone number, a link, an application. They've been denied. It's been 2 years. So if we can meet with them one-on-one and explain how the process is going to go, I think that will go a long way, and we'll be able to approve some. Nothing's good is going to come of us sitting on a $211 million with all the need out there. So please invite us.
Thank you much for the presentation. We really
you for having
appreciate it.
us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Okay, item number 2. Item number 2. Oh,
Can we talk about the agenda first?
yeah, let's talk about the agenda. Hold on one second, Mr. Perry. Okay, anybody want to make any changes to the agenda?
Can I just say, I looked again this morning, and this item did not have any backup unless my computer was acting up.
For
Number 2.
item number 2? Whoever's phone is going off, please make sure your
So
phones are silent.
We have a discussion about what we should do about items that don't have any backup, but it's, unless there was something wrong with my computer, I didn't see anything in backup on this one. And I think it's important for the public, for us and for the public to be able to see things in advance. The other one is number 7. Last week, we, in good faith, scheduled that discussion, but the next day, the Rays said that they're not going to negotiate anymore. I think we should just cancel that, and if they come back to us and say they want to negotiate, then we should. Also, there was a mischaracterization on social media and the media, I think partly pushed by the administration, where they said, well, city council could have contacted us at any time to get a briefing. My comments were not about getting a briefing. It was about being involved in the negotiation. And for the CRA money in particular, which was the majority of the money that was offered by the administration has no legal authority to negotiate on behalf of the CRA board, and they didn't ask our permission to do it. And so I talked to the Rays about that at length on Friday, but I think we should just cancel this until the administration and/or the Rays decide they want to negotiate with us, especially sitting as a CRA board. And because of the announcement of the governor yesterday, it may be moot anyway. But I think it's premature to have that conversation. I would move to remove number 7.
I have a motion to remove item number 7 from the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of removing item 7 from the agenda, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay. Any other changes? Okay, there you go. Okay. Okay, a motion to approve the agenda? We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Perry?
Good morning, Mike Perry, Deputy CFO. I apologize, but Mr. O'Hara is feeling under the weather this morning, so you'll get the second team here. May I have the presentation up, please?
It's up.
And I assume that everybody has a copy of the presentation in front of you. And again, thank you as always for inviting us to present the mid-year review. This is the financial position of the city as of March 31st, 2026. And we typically do this. We'd like to hear any of your questions, and whether or not you have them now or Ms. Kopesky, after you have your opportunity to review that, just ask us, and we'll be more than happy to go ahead and answer those questions, and the presentation will be on the city's website. So we'll start an overall review of the city budget. 2026 net budget is $1.9 billion. It's consistent primarily of a lot of different funds. Primarily, the big one is the general fund, and the second element is the enterprise fund. So we typically talk a lot about that. The general fund is at $708 million, and the enterprise is at $813.8 million. Primary reason the enterprise funds are larger is because of their large capital improvement program. Together, these funds make up 75% of the city's adopted net budget. Breaking it down further, you see the general fund on the right at $708 million. The largest component of that is public safety, TBD and TFR, followed by general government, parks and rec, and then finally economic development. And on the right, you see the water department, wastewater in descending size, including there's the golf courses. So we'll talk more about the general fund now. The largest revenue source in the general fund is, of course, property taxes. And we are showing to have a net increase in estimated net revenues of about $4 million in property taxes, which is typically, because we only budget 95% of the property taxes, whatever we calculate, and that's to account for early payments and/or fees collected by Hillsborough County. The half-cent sales tax, we're continuing to see a decrease in half-cent sales tax. We're just seeing general decreases in various commodities within the county. Building investments down about 11%, business investment down 19%, other durables are down about 4%, tourism is about down 4%, and autos and accessories down about 13%, and this is dragging down the amount of half-cent sales tax which the city is collecting. Electric franchise and utility fees. This includes a special surcharge that TECO is allowed to surge for recovery from Helene and Milton. And I do believe their authority expires in August or September. So we do anticipate that the revenues will come on down to our natural growth pattern. Communication services taxes. Just to remind you that at one time we were collecting $30 million a year in CST. Florida legislature, thank you, intervened. And now at least we're steady at about the $17, $18 million amount. Personnel cost, you can see that we're projecting to come in under budget by about $6 million as of March 31st. So we're on the right glide path there. General fund operating, again, we're projected to come in under budget by about $6 million. We're projected to maintain our 23% fund balance at the end of this fiscal year. Our goal, our minimum requirement according to policy is to maintain a fund balance of 20% of actual expenditures. We like to keep at the 23% level in case we face unknown circumstances in the future. And again, we just look at what we encountered during COVID. We saw loss of revenues, primarily in the convention center and other areas, and we're able to at least tap into that fund balance that we needed to. Matter of fact, if you look there, ARPA sort of helped us maintain that fund balance. You can see in 22, in 21, and even in 20, we were at 28, 27, and 24%. So the funding from the federal government through ARPA and the CARES Act helped us significantly. Before I move on, do you all have any questions regarding the general fund?
Real quick.
Councilman, I don't know who was first, but Councilwoman Hurtak, Carlson, then Maniscalco.
Okay. So going to page 7.
Which is what area, ma'am?
General fund revenue property tax.
Okay.
So that's going up, but obviously the governor has just said yesterday that he wants to reduce that by, I believe, 90%?
92.
92%, yeah.
I think, go ahead.
So, you know, so 92% reduction would be, I don't know, it would leave us with like $30 million?
You know, I think what the governor is recommending is to increase the homestead exemption from the current $50,000 per homestead up to $250,000. So while that will have an impact on our revenues, and we're still calculating that impact, because we just literally, just like it was released to the press, we just got that yesterday. So it will have a significant impact, not as much as the 92% of the impact. Don't forget, not every property owner has homestead. So it's really the mix between the homestead and the non-homestead, and what the governor's proposing is to go ahead and just affect the homesteaded properties.
And so of the general fund, how much currently goes to public safety?
If I may have the presentation go back, please, back on, I'll refer back to it on the slide. If you look on the left, public safety is 60% of the general fund at $427.4 million.
Okay, so it's 60% of the general fund at 428, okay. Then, on page 8, the general fund revenues for the half-cent sales tax, you had a really lovely list of the reductions. You read them off.
Yes.
Could we get a copy of that?
I can send you an email.
That
Yes,
would
ma'am.
be wonderful. It would also be great if you could put that in OnBase so that the public can see that.
Wilco. And again,
Yeah.
we're going to post this on the budget office's website.
Excellent, but that list of the reductions, I think, is, like, I need to think about that, and you rattled them off pretty
Yes.
quickly. So those and anything else that you didn't talk about, I would really love that. And then page 12, do we have a prediction or an estimate in the impact of the increase of fuel prices?
Right now, we're looking at about $1 million for TPD. And we will be presenting to City Council during the June 18th meeting a financial resolution increasing TPD's fuel by $1 million. And again, we're monitoring that because, you know, fuel price on Monday was $4.59. This morning was $4.34. So it is fluctuating.
Yeah. But I know that we have like a contract for fuel with other portions, like facility and maintenance. Does that cover this? Is that covered or no?
I think it's a combination of both our contract fuel delivery, because we have fueling sites at each of the fleet, so they get bulk fuel loads. We have a contract for that. And TPD, since we don't want the officers coming in out of their
Zones.
their patrol area, they have credit cards, and they can go ahead and use a credit card to go and purchase fuel. And as an aside, that because we are a city government, we don't pay any taxes on the fuel. So while you may see fuel at $4.50, we may be paying about $4.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I think that's valuable. So you said that's coming back to us in June.
Yes, ma'am.
At that June, when you bring that back, is there a way that you can also bring back to let us know if there are other departments that are going to need to increase their fuel costs?
We will do, and of course, we provide monthly reports, and on those monthly reports, we identify those departments that may need a financial resolution. My governmental area, only TPD is one we're concerned with at this time.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Carlson.
At the beginning, you said that you would ask the team to put it on the website. Can you make sure, just to be specific, can you make sure it's put on OnBase too, so that folks can see it?
Yeah, one of the things we will do is, with the clerks, is we will send them a copy of this to put in the minutes, sir.
Okay, and if you all, I won't put you on the spot now, but if you have any advice on how we can schedule these things so that we can get them and get these documents in OnBase by Friday, that would be helpful so that we and the public can see them. So maybe you could tell us offline if you have any thoughts on that. Going back to what Councilmember Hurtak said about the proposal of the governor, the other thing, so it's homestead property only. Do you know what percentage of the property taxes we collect are homesteaded properties?
Not off the top of my head, sir.
If you get that, would you mind sending it to all of us, just so we can maybe do some behind the napkin calculations? The other thing he said is that he's not going to it's going to be a constitutional amendment that people will vote on, but he also said he's not going to let local governments increase commercial property taxes to make it up.
I've read that too, sir.
Yeah, so anyway, we're going to lose on one hand and not be able to, we have pages of fees we can look at, but there's no appetite to raise property taxes overall anyway. You mentioned some of the, not on the slide, but you mentioned some of the changes in the economics of Tampa. Some of the goods that are being sold, the numbers are coming down a little bit. Is there any way you could get a chart for us on that? Some of those numbers you rattled off, down 4%, sure, down 5%.
Yes.
Those almost go into the calculation that you use, but it would be helpful for us to know what economic indicators you're looking at, and maybe post any answers to these things if you could post them on OnBase as well. Councilmember Hurtak mentioned a couple weeks ago TICO, and we don't have authority to regulate TICO, but we do on page 9 have the franchise fee that we're charging. What is it like? Usually like 6% or something?
We have the utility franchise fee, which I do believe is 10% of the utility tax is 6%.
So our franchise fee has gone up by $4 million, and one thing that we do have direct impact on is that. I don't know if we can renegotiate with them, but we might want to, and I'll let Councilmember Hurtak lead on this, but we might want to, in our contract with them, or maybe voluntarily, not collect part of the franchise fee if we know that people are being hurt by utility fees, but our $4 million is a part of it, and the one area that we do have direct impact on is that $4 million, and so maybe we would put a cap on it and say, above a certain percentage increase in a year, we would not collect the franchise fee anymore, just to protect the consumers from having high rates. The other thing is on page 13, you talk about the fund balance, and just a reminder, we at City Council back in 2019 pushed to increase the fund balance that the previous administration had rated. Can we go to page 13?
Can we put the presentation back on the slide, please?
So So, and we knew back in 2019 that potentially a recession or something was coming. We didn't know about COVID back that time. But we pushed, and your department agreed to try to conserve money. That's how we ended up with the 27%, because we were heavily conserving. Also, there were a lot of government grants that came in at that time. But we were worried that, you see, the fund balance was all the way down to 80-something million, I think, at that time. I think the number's supposed to be less. But anyway, now the number overall has gone up. Now finally we've caught up with 2011. But in the total number, by the percentage is 23%. And Mr. Rajero confirmed the last meeting that now the expectation of the bond markets is that we have a minimum of 23%, right? So the 3% really isn't a slush fund. I don't want anybody to think that we can go raid that money. In a worst case scenario, we can, but the bond markets like consistency, and you see that for 4 or 5 years now, we've had consistency at 23%. We know that's a minimum of 20%, but just to say that 3% is only like worst case scenario, correct? Do you agree with?
Again, we never know. We never know what's around the corner. Again, COVID affected us. We don't know if we're going to hit a recession. We've been fairly lucky in not hitting recessionary times for a significant long area.
And we know that the bond ratings have gone up since 2019, and
Yes,
so
sir.
we want
Thank
to
you.
make sure we keep those. And that's been a partnership between your office and council. Also, can you go back one slide, please? Another thing that came up in a different way in the last presentation a couple months ago was that in some areas the revenues have gone up by like 50 million, but the costs only went up by 46 million. And we complained that we were not told that the 46 million was coming out of new revenues. And so it would be helpful to know, if you have this chart, most companies will show expenditures versus projected versus actual. And on page 11, could you go back to page 11 also? It would be good to have budget versus actual also.
Which one are you talking about?
Just
This one?
expenses, operating expenses and personnel expenses, to know what budget versus actual was, because it would be good to know if the revenues went up and the administration spent money, and they might have even gotten our approval, but if they didn't tell us it was coming out of new revenues, then somehow we need to fix that gap, because I think the public has the right, and of course City Council has the right to know that it's new revenues that we're spending, not the existing revenues. All right, thank you very much.
Councilman Maniscalco, did you want to speak?
Yeah, real quick. Councilmember Hurtak asked a few of my questions. On the 45.3 million to 42.6 anticipated in the half-cent sales tax, that drop there, is it because of the commercial?
It's that list of various things.
Okay.
I can go back over that if you want to, or we can send you an email.
No, and the email's fine. Then, in regards to the communication services tax, when I first got here, I saw it was a tremendous drop. It seems to have plateaued now, even
Yes, sir.
though. Okay, so that's good to see. And then in regards to the property tax issue, I remember maybe 2018, when there was a third homestead exemption put on the ballot that failed. I think the hit to the city at the time, I believe, was like $6 million anticipated. So I don't know what it's going to be this time around, but back then it was that number. So it could be anything. Thank you very much.
Councilman Miranda, followed by Councilman Young.
Thank you,
Councilwoman
Mr. Chairman,
Young.
appreciate it. Yes, sir, if you look at page 7, I want to make sure this is all correct by me anyway. The general fund revenue property tax of all collected in the city of Tampa equals 384 million, am I correct? Page
Yes.
7.
We're projecting 384.
That's total collection of the whole city of Tampa.
Correct.
So when you go back and you just compare that with the general fund expenses of the public safety only, that's police and fire, am I correct?
Correct.
It's $427 million. So when you look at it, we're 43.8 billion short, as it is today presently, without any interference and reduction of any costs. Am I correct? Or collections, I should say.
That would be a good assumption,
So
sir.
we're short $443.8 million total out of the 427.
I would caveat when we say, don't use the word short.
Well,
I would say
okay.
their property taxes are
Uncollectible funds that we
insufficient
can't pay.
to pay for the public safety component of the general fund budget.
All right. So that means that somehow, somewhere, this government, including the administration, the council, and yours who are working, we have to leverage out where we find that money to make it even so we can make the same 384 million collectible out of the monies that we have
Right.
left over. So and now we're gonna have an additional thing by a gracious governor saying this is what he wants to do. So I want to thank him very much for just not continuing employing the police and fire in total. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Young, Vieira, and then Carlson.
Just a clarifying question. For page 12, did I hear you say we're expected to come in under budget by 6 million?
Where are you at, ma'am? What
For
topic?
the general fund expenditures operating costs?
Right.
Page
Can I
12?
have the
Can you
slide
bring the
back up?
slides back up?
That's
There we
it.
go.
There we go. Yes, we budgeted $133 million, and we're projecting to come in about 127.9 at this time. And that includes the extra money we will need for the fuel.
Okay. Okay, that was all.
Councilman Vieira?
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I wanted, obviously, discussions on the property tax issue. I mean, for me, it's an awful idea to increase our exemption. I think it is 20 times, if my math is not wrong, from what it is right now. It's something that my understanding is, at least the past proposals that have been floated, they go, well, local government can't reduce their public safety spending. But as we all know, growing cities, when you have a growing city, if you keep the police and fire budget the same it is in year 1 and you go forward to year 5 and you're a growing city, your per person per capita, not to include inflation, public safety budget is actually reduced. So, you know, I know that we're going to be looking a lot to our public safety unions to advocate on behalf of their members and their workers and general public safety on this issue. And I look forward to a very diverse coalition against this. I always say that with property taxes, you have to mend it but not end it. And this proposal would, in effect, end it eventually for about 95% of Floridians. And I mean, gosh almighty, I think that when most folks take a look at their challenges on affordability in Florida, they take a look at health insurance, car insurance, you know, different issues, not necessarily property taxes for most folks, especially when those property taxes fund our public schools, our cops, and our firefighters. So I do look forward to having that discussion, including the input of a lot of our public safety workers. So thank you.
Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, two things. On page 4, kind of what my last two colleagues were saying, there's this pie chart of all these expenses, but some of these are,
Can we go ahead and have that back on the?
some of these are going to be covered in the next section. To further that argument that was just being made, can you tell us what portion of this is just property tax money?
Of the $708 million, I think property taxes, let me look here.
Non-CRA is like 400 and something, no? I haven't looked it up lately.
Property tax, about $380 million of property taxes, so,
And that's the non-CRA, right?
no,
That's including CRA.
that includes the CRA.
So CRA is about 100, so it's like 280 something.
We contribute about, in 2026, the city contribute, I think, $58 million plus or minus to the CRAs.
So let's say 300, and then just public safety, where's the number? Public safety is 427.
Yeah.
So that was the point that, I mean, just to reiterate to the public, and I wish that we could change the line item on property tax to call it public safety funding, because that's really what it is. I mean, this Florida CFO is going around saying, and it's not true that we have to cut police and fire, but we don't have enough to pay for police and fire right now. We're already short $30 million or so just on our property taxes. We have to fill it in through other things. And we have fire trucks that are 20 years old. So we have to, any cut, if we cut that by, if the one before was a $6 million cut and we end up having to cut $50 million, $50 million out of 300 for police and fire is a huge amount of money that we would have to cut. We need more police officers, we need better fire trucks, we need more fire rescue people, we need fire rescue vehicles, we need better facilities. So that leads to my next question. In the whole discussion about baseball, you know, people are saying, why are you guys so stupid that you can't pay for this? Well, one of the reasons is that we have deferred maintenance. I remember Vic B-Day a couple years ago said, if I remember correctly, that budget for road repairs should have been around 50 million a year, and we were spending 4. And so the total deferred maintenance on roads alone was like $2 billion. And then, as we saw with the waste energy plant, there was deferred maintenance, not our fault, it was the previous owner's fault, but there's deferred maintenance on other things too. I was asking Hager a little bit about this yesterday. I can't find the numbers. She was gonna look, and I just asked her yesterday. She hadn't had a chance to get the answer. But is there an easy way to find all the deferred maintenance in the city? Because if just road repair is $2 billion, and there are all these other areas where we have deferred maintenance, it probably adds up to $8 or $10 billion in deferred maintenance. And so somebody comes along and says, well, all you need to do is spend another 100 million on something, or 100 million or $1 billion on something. We already have a backlog of $8 or $10 billion. I don't know what the number is, but it's a huge amount of money that we need to defer. We can't raise taxes. We can't take on more debt. The mayor's maxed out the credit cards. So we can't even pay for public safety right now with all of our property taxes. So it would be nice to know what our total deferred maintenance is on everything. Do you have any?
We don't. I'd have to defer to Gene Duncan and each of the departments to identify the deferred maintenance.
And I can make a motion in new business tonight about that also, but it would be helpful for us to know. I think most businesses keep track of what they need to spend. You know, if you're a homeowner and your air conditioner is kind of about to go out, you know you're gonna have to spend 15 or 20 grand, whatever it is, but you might hold it out for a little while so you don't have to spend it, but you know eventually you have to spend it. But if you decide, well, hey, maybe it'll last forever and I'll go take a vacation for 20 grand, then you're not gonna have the money to pay for the air conditioner when it goes out. And we need to make sure we figure out where the money's coming from, because we can't defer all that maintenance forever. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda, did you have your light on?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So it's really to talk about the other elephant when it comes to property tax. Right now, the governor's looking at basically doubling the exemption to 500,000. That's kind of what I read.
No, ma'am, it's currently 50,000.
Oh, they
He's
want to do
recommending to go to
250.
250,000.
I heard different things, so 250,
Yes.
but either way, that's gonna be significant, and what that will affect, I believe, is a lot of the CRAs and the CRA funding. Do we have any, do you have any idea on that?
At this point, I have not had any conversations within the administration on that. It's kind of hard to play whack-a-mole with what the governor is doing. And of course, he waited to the very last minute to make this proposal as he called for the special session. I'm sure that Dennis and I and the administration will be trying to figure out what our game plan will be going into it. And I will tell you that, you know, it's not as if we haven't started right now.
Yeah.
If you've looked at the budget instructions that we gave to the departments, we said, and again, I think Hager has a copy, we give budget instructions out every year. It's on, okay. Hager,
We've
can
never,
you-
I've never seen
And
those.
it's very says, any increases in the budgets will be highly scrutinized.
Okay,
Okay, and I will tell you that as we've gone through these requests, the departments have listened to us, they've decreased the amount they're going, and anything that the mayor has approved already, she's tentatively approved until we figure that out. And we're paying particular attention to increase in staff, because based on the city's personnel policy, last in, first out.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure we really want to bring people into the city and maybe have to face a reduction in forces going into the future.
yeah. No, that makes perfect sense, but I'm sure you are looking at it, but even if you weren't, I'm just going to have a request to also really look at the CRA very specifically, because going back to the raise discussion, if there are no property taxes in that CRA, we cannot pay off a $100 million bond. So, just gonna throw that out there. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, since everybody's going there on the property tax issue with the governor's proposal, I have a high degree of confidence in the voters that when this is explained, that they will see the light and it won't meet the threshold required to pass. It is a ridiculous proposal. I think your point on the CRA specifically with some of our economically suppressed areas like East Tampa, Drew Park, you know, it would be devastating. It would really just wipe them out completely. But that being said, There's 67 counties in the state of Florida. What would end up happening is all of these rural types of counties, they will be completely wiped out because of their home values. And what will end up happening is the urban areas are going to end up, somehow we're going to end up having to subsidize the rest of the state of Florida. And so this is not going to be a bonus for property owners. It's going to be a burden for property owners. It is shifting the burden from one to the other, and places like the city of Tampa and Orlando and Fort Lauderdale and Miami and Palm Beach, Jacksonville, Fort Myers, all of our counties, we're going to be the ones that are going to bear the burden of it. So this is pie in the sky. I also understand that only thing was protected was police, not fire, in the proposal that I heard that came out. That they're only protecting police. So again, for the reference public safety, this is and your point is well taken. Again, Councilman Vieira, that stagnation is not protection. That is year after year after year, you end up degrading services. So this proposal coming out of Tallahassee is reckless, it's irresponsible, and it's bad for the city of Tampa, it's bad for the state of Florida. And I believe that when it's explained to the voters, I don't care what kind of politics and what kind of games they want to play in Tallahassee with the people of the city of the state of Florida, but this should not, and I don't believe it will pass. That being said, I'd like to continue with the presentation. Let's finish the presentation, Mr. Perry, and then we'll do questions and answers after you're done with the presentation.
May we have the presentation back up? Now we're going to talk about the enterprise funds. Stormwater received a lot of attention since the 2004 storm season. I think so their projected year-end fund balance will be about 2.4. Their expenses are right on the revised budget. And so they're looking up good. Enterprise parking, revenues are coming in a little bit higher than budgeted. So they'll end up slightly higher fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. What I do point out is that their capital project budget is $11.4 million. And including in their expenses is a transfer of $1.5 million for Heart Rec 1. Now let's talk about solid waste. We have some challenges out in solid waste. We are not happy with the performance of the solid waste department's financials. So we will probably defer any debt issuance until fiscal year 2028. That way we have a good closeout in 2027, and then we can go to the markets in a better financial position and reduce the cost of borrowing. Vehicle maintenance is projected to increase over budget by $5.4 million. And you can see the waste energy generator. We all were aware of that happened last September. We had to include a capital investment to rebuild. We had to divert waste to Hillsborough County, increased electrical expenses, and reduce the sale of electric revenue. So all that is hurting the bottom line balance sheet. And we're not meeting what our reserve requirements are. We try to project 90 days, and that's really minimum bare bones. When you go to the market, we're only projected to be at 57 days at the end of fiscal year 2026. So that's about $11.8 million short. Because of the enterprise fund and because of the industrial nature of the plants, water, wastewater, and solid waste, we want to keep a repair and renovation reserve of about 1% of the fixed assets. Repair and renovation reserve, we set a dollar amount, and then an outage contingency reserve. So we haven't, and we're not meeting any of that at the end of the 2026. So we want to go through 26, fix what we need to do, enter 27 in a better financial position, and so that when we close out 27, our financials look a lot better, and then we can enter the market and again reduce the cost of borrowing for the system. Now, paid political advertisement for Larry. You may know that we currently have a contract with Seminole Electricity for the sale of electricity. That expires in mid-July. However, we are looking at bringing to council a new contract where the replacement revenues are based on the selling of electricity in the open market. Larry can provide you a further explanation when he brings the item to council, but I think it's similar to what Hillsborough County is doing. So, but again, I will tell you that the Seminole contract was very lucrative. The last couple of years, we're earning about $10 million a year. In the future, I think we're anticipating about $5 million. The good thing is we are anticipating that revenue reduction when we did the rates. So solid waste, you can see the reduction in the projected fund balance from $26.2 million. You see the reduced revenues from 148.1 to 136, primarily the loss of revenues associated with the sale of electricity. The debt service remaining even, and you can see that the revised budget had $8.1 million. We're projecting only to move $4.3 million. If you remember back in either September or October, we moved $10 million to address the generator. We don't need that full $10 million, so we're not going to move that, and we're going to keep that in the capital, the operating fund. Water, slight increase in the water revenues and expense. They're maintaining the expenses for their expenditures. So their net revenues at $97 million, which is $11 million higher than the revised budget. Their debt service is $35.3 million and $131.1 million of capital project expenses. You see the projected year-end fund balance goes from a budget or revised at 94.3 to 105.6, and what that allows us to do is to reduce future borrowing as we move forward. And that's sort of the plan we had. For those of us who were in council in 2020, we took advantage of the very low COVID rates, and so we issued debt heavily there, and we actually had projects that were funded by cash. We funded those with debt. I mean, the amount of money we're paying is less than 1% on that money, and so the plan was to eventually spend down the cash over the next couple years, and so that's what we're doing. We are implementing that. Wastewater. A little bit decrease in revenues, and sometimes our neighboring communities ask for help, and I think we were treating waste from Hillsborough County, and when we did the budget, we were unaware that we were no longer going to receive the revenues from the diversion of the waste, and so that explains why we had the majority of the decrease in the revenues. They're also, again, Eric does a wonderful job in maintaining his expenses. And you see a slight decrease in the fund balance from 91.6 to 84.9. Majority of that's attributable to the decrease in revenues from the diversion of waste from Hillsborough County. Okay, let's talk about FEMA. And I know this is a lot of issues. It's like watching a ping pong game up at Washington, D.C. But you look in the total estimated damage was a little bit under $200 million for FEMA. And we initially had 244 projects. And what we do is, following a storm, the instructions is, if you think it's storm related, report it. Okay, we can always figure it out that it's not storm related, it is storm related. I will tell you that a good example of that is after a storm, we have to provide them what facility services has in open POs. Not that anybody would try to say it was storm damage. We don't. But again, they want that area, that level of verification. Now, as of May, The value is now $82 million. We went through that list. We went ahead and figured out that some were not storm-related, some were due or to be paid for by the Florida Department of Transportation, I think primarily the bridges over Davis Islands. And I think, matter of fact, next council meeting, you're actually going to see a grant agreement for about $100,000 where FDOT is paying us for equipment we already repaired. So that discussion is going on. So the total projects, 199. Submitted projects, that's what we sent to FEMA, and it was valued at $57 million, and total received reimbursement is 42.8. Now, this is Helene and Milton. We have not closed Ian or Idalia yet, okay? To give you an example, Hurricane Irma occurred in 2017. I was in the EOC in 2022. I forgot which came first. I was getting emails and texts from FEMA that they were finally closing us out. This is a very long process because the state is the grant recipient, just like Robert was up here talking about the county's the grantee, and we're a subrecipient. FEMA looks at it, then Florida looks at it and makes sure that everything is safe. So it does take a long, I will tell you that we recently, this fiscal year, received $2.5 million from, I do believe it was Ian. So again, and probably the biggest areas that we have the most questions are on Fire Station 17 and Ballast Point, and we continue working with FEMA. The problem is that my experience with FEMA is you don't have a consistency of people you're working with. And so Secretary Noem fired all the contractors. Now we had FEMA staff, and really we thought that was pretty good because we wanted one face to be able to look at. Well, now they're hiring the contractors back, and we have to start this whole process over. There's a lot of issues that we have to deal with FEMA. And so we're working it, we really are. Whitlock is our consultant who's working with us. President Biden was graciously at least reimbursed us up front for the damage control. I mean, not the damage control, the waste pickup, the hurricane debris management. So we have received some money from that. Again, we'll continue to do that. As an aside, FEMA is still paying for Fire Station 17's temporary living spaces out there, the modular furniture that the firefighters are living with. Local Government Financial Transparency and Accountability Act passed by the House and Legislature. House and Senate, we don't believe it's been approved by the governor yet, but it's going to amend, if the governor approves it, it will change the process in which how we'll have to do the budget. Post the tentative and adopted budgets. We do that, but according to our charter, we only go 3 years. We'll have to go back 5 years. No problem. OpenGov can do that. We're already Tom McColgan is working with OpenGov, and so we're fine. Now it has to be areas that can be downloaded and sorted. Now, people can download the data into OpenGov into Excel, so we already have that capability. We have to post the financial resolutions. We do that, but we have to post them 5 days before. So luckily the clerk does the draft budget on Friday. I think we're going to cover that. But we have to change in the data that we present on the financial resolutions. We have to conduct a budget reduction strategy workshop. Everybody is saying do it after the mayor approves the budget. I'm going, why are we doing that? And their budget reduction is we have to identify 10% reduction of non-mandatory requirements. So again, and you take out police and fire, you take out our debt, you take out the contribution to the CRAs because we're required by that by ordinance, and anything else, and you go, what's left? How do you reduce what's left after that? We have to go through that process. And the first time we do it will be kind of interesting because May 1st, a lot of people will change. We'll have a new mayor, potentially new city council. We'll have to get them up to speed, and we'll have to figure out on how we're going to proceed on that. We have to post quarterly salary by named person and position. So it'll say, Mike Perry, Deputy Chief Financial Officer, what my salary is. We have to do that quarterly. And then again, as I mentioned at the beginning, it is pending governor's action. Something outside this, and you'll start seeing a little bit change to the format of the financial resolutions. Again, that's to me the American with Disabilities Act, to make it easier for the readers to read. And finally, the budget calendar. And I think Mr. Miranda's going to make some motions this afternoon or this evening to go ahead and affirm these dates. And I think we already have the workshop 1, 2, and 3 set. And we'll work with Hager to define that more. And then with that, what are your questions?
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. This was really wonderful. Just really appreciate it. But to go back to the solid waste challenges, on page 18, you said it was due mainly to sale of electricity being low, but if we only make 10 million, and if we're on page 20.
Go ahead and bring the slide presentation up, please.
But page 20 shows that the reduction is 12 million, which is more than we get from the electricity.
Right,
So-
it's predominantly the sale of electricity.
Okay, but-
There are some issues about, we adopted the rate schedule. They have not fully implemented that rate schedule.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we're working with solid waste to assist them in getting that done.
So that we anticipate by the end of the year will be up a bit more?
We are very conservative when we do these estimates, so we should,
Okay.
but I'm not guaranteeing anything.
No, and we would never ask you to do that because we
Yes.
know everything is in flux just overall. But I just wanted to hear that because the 12 million, the difference there is more than we get from the electric. So while
Correct.
you say most, I still think it's good to know. And then it looks like Mr. Washington is coming up because he would like to say something.
If I may. Larry Washington, Director of Solid Waste Department. In regards to the difference, those $2 million. So we had to slow roll our additional cart program because the Cayenta program, that's the counting, and then our routing software, they weren't jiving. And we didn't want to charge the public for additional carts they did not have and have a bigger issue in our hands. So we've been slowly bringing it out. You might start to see calls about that soon, but we like to say that's our equity program right now.
Okay, great, good to know. So thank you, I appreciate it. I just wanted to, like I said, that was the question I had there. And then, if you could go to page 23, because I'm not quite sure about the FEMA.
Yes.
So the 199 million was that was just, the throw everything in the bucket. But you're saying, let me just see if I hear this correctly. What the actual estimate is 82 million?
That's the remaining estimated cost, yes.
So it's no longer 199, it's down to 82.
Correct. And the majority of that is transportation included, like I said, the bridges, the scouring to the Davis Island bridges, and there's, I think, about $70 million that is not really our responsibility, but FDOT's.
Okay, so by pulling that out, we're left with 82 million.
Yes.
And the validation, we've done 70 million. And we've already received 42 million.
Correct.
Wow, that's ahead of schedule, I would guess.
Again, that's because of President Biden.
Okay.
He went ahead and pushed it out and made sure that we covered our category A and B cost. Category A is debris management, category B or emergency response.
Okay, well, thank you. I just wanted to double check so that people knew that it's not 199, it's really 82. Thank you.
And again, the big two we're waiting on, and we're working with FEMA.
Oh, believe me, we get a lot. We have someone that emails us pretty regularly about the piers, so I am well aware and really appreciate those updates. And the fire station, that's going to be a really important
Yes,
one.
ma'am.
So thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, from a constituent point of view, FEMA was a completely disaster. We had so many complaints about FEMA, and I don't know if it's changed with the new directors, but the other director may have helped get that money in advance, but showed up and did press conferences and then ignored all the constituents. I even had to hold a forum because people were so angry at them, and they were angry at us because they thought we had something to do with it. Mr. Washington, I just want to say as you're walking up, I've said this before, you're excellent at following up with constituent complaints and issues, from broken garbage cans to people getting missed by accident and other things. So thank you to you and your team for being so responsive. So as I see this systemically, a big part of the costs that are built in that went over were that the waste to energy plant needed way more construction and rebuilding than expected in the beginning. I don't know if you all had anticipated all the other changes as well, but first of all, is that kind of accurate? And second, because if it's just operating costs that are going up, then we need to figure that out too. But the second thing is, what's the long-term solution? Mike, as I look at some of these numbers across the enterprise funds, we're dipping into reserves, kind of delaying or deferring everything until the next city council and the next administration. I'm not asking you to respond to it, but you said, I think in water, we're doing it intentionally, but in the others, we're dipping into reserves so that the next city council can figure out what to do. I'd rather start planning now about what we need to do, and if there's some solution we need, we should do it, but we shouldn't end up handing the next city council a low reserve fund. So Larry, what's your long-term solution here? Are you guys gonna do a rate case, or is there a way to reduce the expenses?
So essentially, well, going back some, so last fiscal year in FY25, we had a surplus of $6 million. So what we have now is an issue with the plant going down for 98 days. And then now we didn't factor in, of course, since we don't have the contract in hand and it's signed, we didn't factor in the 3 months of revenue that we will generate with our new agreement. So that's what's missing in the big
So do you
puzzle.
think that next year, the next fiscal year, that we don't need to, there's no rate case that needs to be done, that just by being online for 12 months that we'll be able to make a surplus?
I don't foresee an additional rate increase at all, no.
Okay, good, great. And then the other thing is,
Just to make sure that everyone is clear, so additional rate increase that's outside of what we already agreed upon.
yeah.
So it's, yes.
So the other thing is that usually when a company buys a facility like the waste energy plant, there's some backstop provision. So I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think the original estimate was like 62 million. It was 120 or 150 million total. I can't remember what included all the other stuff there, but off the top of my head. But anyway, it ended up being a lot more expensive than expected because we had to repair and replace more of the equipment. Was there anything in the contract when we bought from the company that owned it before? Is there anything was there any kind of clawback clause that said, hey, if we go above 100 million, you guys have to pay us part of that back? Because, you know, we did our due diligence. We had a firm go in and analyze it, but it ended up being a lot more expensive. Was there anything like that where we could get back some of our capital?
So with that question, I would have to defer. That was a long time standing contract with Wheelabrator. So I can come back to you and review it and provide a report or an email if you would like.
If you don't mind just sending a regular email. I
Okay.
assume there wasn't since we haven't seen it, but if somebody could just look and make sure that it wasn't there, because if we could get back 10 or 20 million or more, that would be great for the ratepayers.
If I may answer that, Councilman Carlson, or at least provide some additional. Nationwide, most of the waste energy plants are owned by an outside firm. There are 2 local governments that own the plant and had a contract operator. They're Spokane, Washington, and the city of Tampa. And so we were the owners of the plant, and we contracted with Waste Energy to do that. So we didn't buy anything. We just assumed operation from them. So I guess to answer your question, I don't think there will be any clawback because there's nothing to claw back on.
But they also had deferred maintenance. Many of the, as you all testified years ago, they should have repaired or replaced things in 20 or 30 years, and they did it in 40 years. So anyway, that's a separate conversation for another day. But it ended up being a lot more money than we anticipated, and I wonder if there was something in the contract that enabled us to get some of that back. And then on page 23, on the hurricane reimbursement.
Can we get
May
the
we have
slide
the
up?
slide up? Thank you.
On page 23, on the hurricane reimbursement, looking at the 82 million, for example, how is that counted on the books? Is that counted as a liability, or do you all have as a placeholder that it's anticipated to get reimbursed?
How we manage emergency operations, whether or not it be a hurricane or COVID, or, COVID, those were the two last, is we use a special revenue fund, separate outside the general fund. And so we gather all those expenses, and that fund is negative cash. We intend to keep that negative cash so that we don't have the impact of FEMA operations affecting the general fund.
So that sounds like what I would call a balance. I know in government they call it something else, but I would call it a balance sheet item. Is it counted on the equivalent of the P&L also? Does it count as negative as an expense? And then the next question is, when you get reimbursed, let's say you got a $82 million grant, would that be counted as revenues, or are you just looking at the balance sheet?
Expenses will be counted as expenses, because we have requirement under the federal and state Single Audit Act to do annual single audit reporting based on the expenditures that we expense during a fiscal year. So we record the expense, and that's why if I even step outside of FEMA, you'll notice we'll have the police grant fund. You'll notice we have the fire grant fund, the parks grant fund, general government, so that we identify the specific grant-related expenses so that the lack of revenue doesn't affect the general fund balance sheet, doesn't affect the water department's balance sheet. We keep that separate. And what that also, from a management point of view, is I can go look at the balance sheet and I go, why are we still negative cash? And explain to me why we have the negative cash. We do have a balance sheet, and we do have a net income statement for each of
So on
those
the net
funds.
income statement, if we suddenly got $82 million, that's $82 million that we could reallocate to other expenses then, since we've already counted it as an expense in the past?
We will only receive the amount that we have true expenses for. So no, we won't get any, there will be no net income associated with this.
All right, we can talk about it more offline. Thank you.
I believe we have a legal interpretation. Start with your name, please.
Good morning, McLean Evans, Assistant City Attorney. Councilman Carlson, to your question, I was not here at the time the change decision was made. However, I have spoken to take over operation of the waste to energy plant. I've spoken to the party who was our outside counsel at the time, David D., who is now retired. And my understanding is part of the driver for us to become our own operator of the waste to energy plant was because of the wording of that contract. There was a conflict between the city and Wheelabrator on how to interpret what maintenance meant. And Wheelabrator interpreted it to mean only fix broken things. And the city was saying fix it and do regular operation and maintenance. And that's sort of because of several years of attempting to rectify that conflict with Wheelabrator, why eventually the recommendation was made to council and the administration to consider taking over operating our own plant so that we could proactively take care of it. So getting back to the point of whether or not there's potential clawback from that operation contract, while I have not scrutinized it specifically for that, Mr. D was an expert in waste to energy law, and so I believe the answer to that, unfortunately, is probably no.
Yeah, thank you so much for looking that up so quickly. It would be interesting to look in another 10 years, like 20 years back on it, or somewhere around 20 years, to look back on it and see, what if scenarios. And I know you all had one or two proposals at the time from maybe Wheelabrator and another company, but it would be interesting to look back and see, how much it costs and what the pros and cons were of it, just as a case study for anything else we might have. Probably it'll end up being that this was the right decision, except that it cost more. So anyway, thank you. One other thing while I have the floor. I might not say anything again, so I just want to say thanks to Mike for always being very, very responsive to us and straightforward about presenting the information. Appreciate it.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much, and I'm just going back in history a little bit, if I may. I'm sure all of us toured that refuge to energy. And what I saw when I was there was like an explosion happened on the inside and the outside at the same time. I saw a generator that was way overdue its lifespan. And what happens with these generators, sometimes you got to order them 2 and 3 years in advance. So we did what we had to do. We worked on it. However, I believe now we have a new generator. Am I correct?
So we have a generator that's been refurbished.
Oh,
So
what
now we
now?
have, it's been refurbished.
You have a refurbished one?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an extra one?
So we don't have an extra one on hand.
You don't have a backup then?
But now we have a plan to move forward with making sure that we get in there, we refurbish it every 5 to 10 years instead of waiting for, well, actually 5 years, instead of waiting for 10 plus years.
Because that thing produces enough energy for 15,000 homes, if I remember the amount. And going back, when I saw the revenues from Seminole, they were good. But there was a greater deal on some council members when I served back with others that were objecting to so-and-so, that we had a deal was too good, and all of a sudden Tallahassee heard about it, and they came back, and we had to renegotiate the deal for somebody else because it was too good for us, believe it or not. So that's what we had to do, and that's why you have Seminole. You had another company before, which I'm not going to name, but a very popular name. But I remember that, and I want to thank you guys for doing what you do. I tell you what, if that generator would have gone then, the cost that you would have had to pick up and transmit what you pick up in the city was about 80 miles one way and 80 miles back or something like that, and it would have been prohibitive. If you think it's not as well as you think it is today, you would have been in deficit in hundreds of millions of dollars. That's just my opinion. Yes, but thank you very much for what you've done.
Thank you.
I look forward to having redundancy. And as you said, I don't know how y'all sleep at night with the single points of failure of that plant looming above us. Yeah, it's just, I look forward to a future council planning for the replacement and modernization of that plant for future generations to come, because we just saw with the downtime what a tremendous impact that had. And I can't imagine if it was more of a catastrophic failure, what that would mean for the city of Tampa. Councilwoman Hurtak, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just had one more question for Mr. Perry. When talking about this new HB 1329, you talked about conducting a budget reduction strategy workshop. Is that a public workshop or an internal workshop?
It's a public workshop.
Would that involve us?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just kind of wanted to get the idea behind that. So, okay, well, thank you, I appreciate it.
It'll be fun.
No, I won't be here, but still.
Okay, so that concludes this portion of the briefing. So we are going to have, if you were here to speak to this item, we'll open up the floor for public comment. You can line up on the wall by Ms. McLean. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes. Remember, you're just addressing the item that was just discussed. Ms. Burton, good morning.
Good morning, Connie Burton. First, I would like to say to our elected body, as we tell our children, if you see something, say something. And if you see, based on what's happening in Tallahassee, is going to put this city into some form of disaster, then I would hope you would be doing something to organize the community so they can say something and not just rely on the fact that we're going to get to the poll. People need to have a variety of information prior to that. The chart was moving fast, but what I was looking for in this budget conversation always on the reflection on what's going to happen in terms of when we talk about recovery in a lot of different ways, not only in housing coming from the hurricane, but I am thinking about how will parks, recreation, something that we are not discussing right now, item number 1, when we are talking about trades and jobs, how is that going to come in the budget? We're going to have to be back at this podium again once it's approved to say what's going to be carved out for our youth. I am very concerned, and hopefully you all will come back so we can have some input on item number 1. Because what tends to happen a lot of times when we are talking about recovery in certain parts of the community, all we get back from those type of funding is household goods. You know, how are we going to clean up in the aftermath with some type of things that's not dealing with the root cause of the problem. Too many blue top still exist in East Tampa where people are not able to get full repair based on past hurricanes or just houses in deplorable conditions. You cannot hopefully allow, $700 million to be in the hands of a few to make all the decisions. Places where we used to be able to go into our community to talk about real issues have almost been sanitized because the community cannot visit sites like Lee Davis Neighborhood Service Center because everything is online. If it is online, then a lot of seniors in our community don't know how to navigate that. What I heard in the presentation that some communities is already moving forward with their list of specifics. So again, based to the general funds that you're talking about and this additional monies that you're coming in with as a result of hurricane, we want to see something in our community that when you're divvying up this community block grant money, it is not for beautiful, shiny objects for 1 or 2 entities and don't benefit the entire community that we've seen done in the past.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Mr. Shelby, you weren't here when we started public comment. Would you like to read the rules for public comment?
Did you wish me to do so, sir?
Yes, please.
Yeah, read them, man, because somebody might be going to jail. We need to be clear on them.
Come to order, please.
Thank you, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. The members of the public are allowed a reasonable opportunity at the end of each workshop item to address that particular item. Speakers and members of the public are reminded that you are to refrain, please, from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks, or making or causing disruptive noises or sounds, or displaying signs or graphics. Please direct your comments to the entire City Council rather than individual members. 3-minute time limit applies to all speakers providing public comment. The chair will rule out of order any person who speaks without being recognized or attempts to address the City Council from outside the speaker area at the podium. Persons failing to comply with the council rules may also be ruled out of order and at the discretion of the chair may be removed from the chamber for the remainder of today's workshop. If you're here to speak up, let me quit to that and go to the end because this is a workshop. Finally, council members, please refrain from engaging a speaker under public comment, and the public should be aware that the City Council does not take questions or have a dialogue during general public comment. This is your opportunity to express your position relative to the workshop's item. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Daniels, start with your name, please.
Montez Knott, Uhuru, Tampa, Florida. It's the actual worst form of racial profiling. It's the worst form of racial profiling. We're having a civilized meeting, everybody's here to speak. You see the nigger come and say we need to read the rules of comments or the rules of decorum. Don't nobody care about no rules of decorum. People come down here to speak. You already intimidated the people, bullied them, did everything you needed to do, and now you need to read some kind of rules of decorum. But the fact of the matter is, it's a sorry, nasty, no good, low down city council. Every last one of y'all. No good. As a matter of fact, this is what you see the mayor do. You've seen them do it for decades. They come in here, they bring a budget, and they bring a whole staff with them, then they walk out the door. They take no questions, they do nothing, they just shit on the public. None more, none less. You see the man coming here this morning.
Mr. Daniels, please, this is a workshop. Please keep your comments directly just towards the item.
It is towards the workshop. You see, if you don't interrupt me, it is towards the workshop.
Mr. Daniels,
Plain and
please,
simple.
please have your.
You seen a man
discussion
come in here, he
directed towards item
discussed $709 million. $709 million. Then they tell the public they can't discuss that, but the man's gone. Another man come and talk about how the budget's getting cut. And the thing is, that what you heard this morning is exact quote, the exact quote. When would the list be solidified? That's what this person asked. They don't know. He said, we never knew. This the other man talking. Then the other man say, like Tom Petty, one of my favorite artists, he said, we got lucky this time. Yeah, they talking about cutting budgets. I hope it's no property taxes. Absolutely, positively none. Homestead, not homestead, nothing, none. Florida ain't nothing but a damn banana republic anyway. Y'all discussing things, y'all intimidating people, you bullying people, you discussing things and you tell people they can't discuss it. Where they do that at? Man, the best thing about this city council is, and what the city, all city government depends on, what they're contingent upon, it's like when young people have older parents or when they living with their grandparents. They hope that the parents don't remember, so they run game on them. Millions of dollars for all kinds of arts projects, Riverwalk, Riverfront Park, and the black community looking like garbage. Plain and simple. No respect. We're 26% of this population. Any motherfucker come up here, we want 26% of the budget.
Mr. Daniels, please.
Get you
respond.
out of order.
Valerie, good morning.
Good morning, Valerie Bullock, Ponce Leon College here. I'm a little disturbed, probably more like I'm a little shook up. When it comes to Willabretta, I don't know what the name is now, but that's was the private corporation of the waste to energy thing. It's kind of disturbing. We have one generator, and when that generator go down, it affects the money-making departments in the city of Tampa. Solid waste, water, and wastewater. Those are the three that really carry the city of Tampa when it comes to money. So if a generator go down and it affects that, shouldn't we be planning on getting another generator so it can be on standby? Because if it did that much damage and caused a windfall with the money, look like to me that'll be a big priority right there. But the man say they're getting it refurbished. I don't think that's acceptable. I think we need another one on standby, just in case something happened, because for me, if something affect my money, it becomes top priority. And I also want to talk about the revenue, number 2, revenue and finance staff. It would be good if they can come out to East Tampa, because we hear a lot and we see a lot. They're gonna cut this budget, they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that. But it'll give people a chance to get involved with the money-making decision, or to learn how the city of Tampa make decisions. And like Sister Connie said, everybody's not online. We don't want to do a QR code. I want to sit next to somebody and look them in the eye, and they give me a piece of paper and I follow them with the paper. And maybe that's something you all can think about or introduce for the forgotten neighborhoods, or for us that don't have degrees in economics, because it was pretty interesting this morning. That's it.
Thank you, Valerie. Ms. McLean, can I ask you to come to the podium, please? All right, does anybody else want to speak? Did you want to speak? Okay. Ms. McLean, hold on one second. We'll finish public comment. Go ahead. Start with your name, please. And if anybody else wants to speak, if you'd line up on the wall, please. If not, this will be our last public speaker.
Hello, I'm Casey Noon, and our society has largely shifted towards hiring some kind of a specialized contractor for everything, but we have a wealth of experience in our community. I'm listening to you talk about how we've got a variety of storm cleanup things going on. I get spammed almost daily for various contractors being like, hello, we're in your neighborhood, want us to fix your roof? I'm like, if you came through my neighborhood, you see it's new. I already had that problem. The idea that I'm just saying things kind of like as idea generation, because I constantly have that problem myself. The idea that we could have like a bounty system Because I know when you're hiring a contractor, they get to charge you whatever they've quoted you, plus the like 10% for overhead, 10% for profit. But if you have a bounty system, there's a ton of people that, because right now in our society, if you're getting laid off for an AI replaced job or something like that, where you have a highly technical skill, it's just not as needed anymore. You're not going to unemployment, you're going directly to gig economy, right? So there's a huge amount of people walking around here that used to be software engineers or whatever, and they're available to do all kinds of things on a gig economy concept. That's just an idea. I don't know how to best implement that or if it would be cheaper overall. But for example, I used to operate nuclear power plants. And if you're having a trash plant that's got a generator that's got a problem and a variety of other issues that inherently would have to be wrong for the generator to have a problem, then I mean, there's the availability to look to the community to bring that work together. And in every growing society, you have the eventual point where it turns, right? Like Rome grew continuously until it got so big that its growing was what was hurting it. And so if we're not focusing on things like the fundamental functioning parts required for this community to continue to work, then we'll start having problems. Then we'll start having people leaving the area because there'll be, a better town that's developing somewhere else. And I understand that growth is important, but if you're not absolutely reinforcing what you've already grown, what are you going to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McLean? I understand tomorrow is May 29th, 2026.
Yes.
Something happening tomorrow? Where are you going to be the day after that? Were you going to be showing up to work on Monday?
I am showing up to work on Monday.
Oh, are you?
June 1st will be my last day.
Oh, June 1st. Okay.
Yes,
Charlie thought it was Friday was going to be last
Oh,
day.
thank you. That was so sweet. No,
Yeah.
I wanted to get in one last full week, which I have about 8 days worth of work to pack into these last 3 days.
Well, I think this council wanted to say thank you for everything that you've done for everybody. You've always got a smile on your face. You've been a joy to work with, a real pleasure, and a font of information. And so, while we're here, this will be, a council meeting for you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And let me please take this opportunity to ask for forgiveness. At the time we set the Brownfields meetings for this evening, which is the evening meetings are required by statute, I had no idea there would be nothing else on the agenda. So
it's going to make for a nice early evening. We're all going to have a normal meal time.
Knock on wood.
Yeah. Councilman Miranda, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Chairman. And I know she's leaving, not because she was asked to leave, she's leaving because she has an opportunity to someday maybe become a managing partner in one of the law firms, and hopefully for a better position, I'm sure it is. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of my colleagues and what you've done with us on water with Brad and Roy and the rest of us. You're very intelligent, very smart, very courteous, and always with a smile on your face. So thank you for all your labors of labor and work.
Thank you all so much. It has truly been a pleasure. I do have a huge heart for public service and hope to continue that even in the private sector. And I thank you for all of your support and the opportunity you've provided me here.
You're not getting out that easy. Councilwoman Hurtak.
It's been absolutely wonderful to work with you, and it's also been wonderful to work with you when you do neighborhood things, as we live in the same neighborhood, and I come to some of the neighborhood events in the northeast part of Seminole Heights, and so we're sorry to lose you at the city, but I know I'll see you, and as you said, then you can become more active in the neighborhood. So,
I'm eligible to come back as a citizen and make a public comment.
Yes, we're very excited about that. So, thankfully this is not goodbye. This is to see you in a different capacity, and we're really excited for you. Congratulations.
Thank you
we'll
so
miss
much.
you, though.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira, then Councilman Carlson.
Just congratulations. May I ask where you're going?
It's called Florida Environmental Fire and Government Law. And it was just founded at the beginning of this year by Laura Donaldson, if you've heard of her before. She's an environmental and government attorney and needs someone to come help out. And she represents lots of local governments and does a lot of environmental work. She was formerly the general counsel for Swift Mud. So she needed someone who knew environmental and local government law to help her out.
That's awesome. Well, good for you. And yeah, I switching jobs and switching firms is always difficult, and the way they do. I guess, do you, whatever, if you're gonna be doing different billing systems, here in the city of Tampa, you don't bill by point one, of course, you know?
Right.
So it'll be, to the extent you have to do that, it's always interesting switching firms as an attorney, but just congratulations on, how long have you worked here in Tampa for?
I just had my 5-year anniversary.
That's
so,
great.
yeah.
Okay, well, congratulations, and you've been part of a great team. And like I always say, we have many, many amazing attorneys here in the city of Tampa, and so we thank you for your service.
It is truly one of the best law firms in the city. These
is.
attorneys you have here advising are amazing. They're amazing teammates and mentors, and are all doing their hardest to do the best thing for the city and
A lot of
by city
prestigious
council. So
lawyers.
thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlson, then Maniscalco.
Yeah, thank you for putting your 5 years in for public service, and I know you'll still have a heart for it afterwards, but I work and know a lot of lawyers, and you're a very impressive one, so I'm sure you'll be incredibly successful, and let us know if we can do anything to help you in the
Thank
future.
you so much.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Just want to say thank you and wish you all the best moving forward, and best of luck, and we appreciate you and we'll miss you.
Same here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again. We're going to see you tonight.
Yes.
Yes.
It'll be the Brownfield show.
Very, very good. And public comment? Okay. We're going to move on to item number 3. Ms. Kopesky, would you like to kick this off? Do you want to? I know, but I thought that maybe it'd be better for you to kind of guide us through from our council's perspective, and then Janelle could be here as to answer question and answers. I know. You weren't prepared for that, were you?
Hello.
Well, since you've held our hand through this for now.
Yes,
at least
Hager
twice.
Kopesky, City Council Budget Analyst, definitely shooting from the hip here as, so I think when we last spoke, which was a few months back, there was dialogue around trying to get the plan actually to a place where they could start executing to the 26th. And at that time, there was a desire to come back together when she'd have had some time to give some thought to more like the principles and the process and things that we needed to consider more theoretically about the program. So again, I am literally shooting from the hip here. So I think what we had intended was, in the original motion, there had been some discussion around just being prepared to talk through some of the requirements that the council believes is important as the administration continues to execute and plan the next cycle of the program. So with that said, I will probably defer and ask if our two folks can come up and join in terms of walking through. I was not necessarily, prepared to go structurally through this.
Yeah, I think generally what we're looking at, this is going to be a discussion, but I felt like as we have the discussion, you can help corral it back in and focus in as the council starts discussing it. You can focus us back into where we need to be able to get to a successful conclusion.
Right.
So, and then I think as far as subject matter experts, I think our staff can be here to answer questions. Councilwoman Hurtak, go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, I've done a lot of work with Ms. Kopesky in the background on this because this was my motion. So I'm going to talk about some of the bigger, broader questions that I think we should be asking ourselves during this. This is not, because we've gotten some people asking about funding through email this week. This is not about funding. This is about how to fund. So one of the questions that we need to think about is, and then maybe Ms. Scharf, if you want to print out that email and bring it up so you can put it on the Wolf so we can kind of take a look at these questions. But should the social action and arts funding be used to fill gaps in city programming? What is our goal? Does the city have stated goals? And does council have a list of goals that differ from the city's goals? And I think overall our thing today is, what's the goal of this? What are we trying to accomplish? And we talked about this a lot. I mean, are we trying to, and so I think that's a really good question to just kind of start us off on, is what's the point of the social action and arts funding?
We had that last time. We kind of went off the rails on it, but
But and that's why my going off the rails or not, you sent out an email, or your aide sent out an email asking all of us to focus on the questions we have. And that's the question. What is the goal of this? We need to be I do believe that that what we have said, or that was my impression, is that we are using this to fill gaps. But what kind of gaps? What's the goal? And until we answer what the goal is, we can't answer the rest of these questions. We really can't go any further until we know what our goal is.
I think we had clearly, I thought had consensus prior to the last fiscal year in this discussion, that the goal was we were going to assist organizations that help fulfill strategic goals of city or council. That if they are doing a service that we're not providing or supplementing a service that we provide, that there's a business model for that justification to be able to use taxpayer money to do that, and then there's just, I use this the Sulphur Springs issue and stepping stones, because the pool is out of service up there. We have issues with after school care. We said this was a great opportunity for us to use another agency to be able to supplement or replace a program that the city was not able to provide. So that was good justification. But somehow something happened during the budget time after we had this discussion. We went off the rails and we started, and like you say, everybody started jumping in. It seemed to be quite chaotic in how it ended up working out at the end. So I agree with you. I think we need to be more diligent about sticking with the goals of what the strategic goals of these funds are for when we're using the taxpayer money, and what we are actually funding. So.
And that, I really feel like that's the point of this discussion today, is to come up with a statement that does that. What is the goal? And then, like I said, I have other questions, but none of these questions can be answered until we really decide what our goal is.
Councilwoman Young.
So, you're all kind of answering the question. So when I think of, what the goal is, and just think, the partnership between nonprofits and, government, whether it be city or county, filling in the gap. But I think of just some of the gaps right now. Obviously, I talk about youth all the time. So filling the gaps with our youth in the community, whether it be programs, whether it be, education. We just had public comment earlier today about, getting information out to seniors about what's happening in the city. So if we don't have staff that's available to go out, is there an organization that can help to bring information to, our seniors or those that are not as tech savvy or don't have that access to the technology? Right now, if we think about, just kind of the state of, where we are right now, there's a lot of, food insecurity. We have a lot of issues with housing. So for me, when I think of the nonprofits are supposed to help fill the gaps that we cannot, or that we need assistance with. I come from a nonprofit background. When we had an influx of our students that were, no longer could afford to live in the city, so we had to move our programs out into the county. So we had to partner with the school so we could continue to follow our students. And so we're still filling the gap, but we're also still following those students, and there's no lack of services. The nonprofits are supposed to come in and help make sure that there isn't a lack of service, that we're continuing to keep up with those families. That's what we did to help fill our youth gap of what we were doing. So I feel like, whatever organizations that we're, providing funding to or partnering with, they are almost like an extension of us and helping us to continue to get services out to the community.
Thank you. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I agree with what Councilwoman Young said, and I would also say that it's about values as well, and the values that we have individually, collectively, and it is about filling gaps. There's some of the things that I've pushed, people with disabilities. There's a gap as big as the Rocky Mountains there, okay? And you look at some of the groups that we've helped, things like the Penguin Project, dealing with the arts for people with intellectual disabilities. Before the city of Tampa got involved, they were very, 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 very much so underfunded, and they still are, but we get them better. And Hager, of course, you know about these folks because of the New Tampa Performing Arts Center, which I know you're a big supporter of as a New Tampa resident. Veterans. We've had 25 years straight of war in this country. And we have a lot of returning veterans, including folks, I know Casey who spoke, he's a veteran, and a lot of different folks. And, by helping out veterans, helping veterans, it helps homeless veterans, it helps veterans about to get kicked out of their house, and folks who can't support fund the utility bills, and a Veterans Treatment Court mentorship program. That is our values. I mean, I come on this as a person who believes that we should be supporting these groups. Of course, you can't stretch a double into a home run, and you got to keep everything in balance, and we have to be fiscally prudent and have scrutiny, and I think the administration does a good job on that. And shout out to the fine young man Andrew for the great work he's done on this. We've all had so many conversations on it, but I'm a promoter of this because, as an elected official, because I was elected to promote my values and my community's values, and on some of the things that I push on here, unapologetically. I got no problems with community stepping stones that Councilman Clendenin was talking about. Great organization. It makes my bleeding heart bleed even more. Have at it. I think it's good. But again, we need to have scrutiny. Talking about a number of years, we should have them reviewed every certain number of years. There are some that we can say, hey, look, you're independent, you're doing great. We're glad that we could help you, right? But now we're going to move forward. And then there's some that probably going to be with us for a while. So, but we should have accountability measures on it. But for me, it comes to values.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Yeah, I see the return on investment in what we do here. Community Stepping Stones keeps the youth busy in an area of town that is forgotten, neglected. As Joseph Robinson, who was the past president of the Neighborhood Association there, who passed away, he said this is the poorest neighborhood in the city of Tampa. I don't know if that's a fact, but it has to be one of the poorest neighborhoods. So if we're making those investments, the return is there. Feeding Tampa Bay, although it's a larger organization, when we have hurricanes, going back to Irma, going back to the hurricanes from 2 years ago, they were out there on the front lines, and they were feeding people that were without power for days. They were setting up shop throughout the community. It wasn't you just go to them. They were going out and providing food. Catholic Charities, all the work that they do. I mean, I can go down the list. The return on investment is there. Any boost that we give them helps to further expand their programming. And I've seen it firsthand with just the ones that I've named. The return on investment, you really can't even put a value on it. How do you put a value on investing in our youth, keeping our youth out of trouble, feeding people that are not working, that are elderly, that are by themselves? I mean, Feeding Tampa Bay, I saw it firsthand. I volunteered there, and I see that the work that they do. So the dividends that it pays, I mean, they're very clear on a lot of these organizations. Thanks.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I appreciate and agree with all of you, but the question is, what's the goal? Like, y'all are talking about just the goodness of the programs, but the point is, what's the goal?
To fill the gap.
So,
Yeah.
yes, so can I jump in? Do you
Yes.
Okay, Hager Kopesky, City Council Budget Analyst. So I'm just listening to you, and what I'm thinking about is, if you recall when we had your prioritization discussion for fiscal 27, we kind of started at the beginning, and the beginning is the city's goals, right? So again, we can't necessarily map this today, but we can at least continue to conceptually talk about. I think what you hear in best practice people do is they're identifying first at that organizational level, the city, what those goals are. And we buy into those. We build our budgets around those, our programming around those, so there is relevance to what those are. Moving from those, I think, then leads you into the gap discussion. And I'm just going to use an example to maybe stimulate the conversation. So, if some of our master goals are related to workforce or are related to youth, or again, tucked up under maybe food insecurity, homelessness, under, again, the master pillars, then start there. And so I'll give you another example. With youth, I would say, once we define, okay, do we have a gap with youth? And is that, again, because it's coming as a plug under a master objective? Then, well, clearly we service some of that internally. We have Parks and Rec, right? So we are doing some of that. But what is the gap related to youth? And so clearly with the Sulphur Springs example, it would appear that we saw perhaps a need for specific targeted programming in an area. But we identified the gap, and that then fed and informed how the budget dollars would be used. So this is not a budget discussion, but we know that's limited, and we know it went down significantly in 26, and it most likely will not be able to grow next year. So again, not to overtake the conversation, but when I hear Councilman Vieira talk about veterans, I think it was a good example where in that case, and again, this is my opinion, may not agree, when we think about, okay, master goals and then where's a gap, that one might be we rely almost 100% on a third party. Like, I don't know that we institutionally have anyone that would really, until the committee starts and other things, own that particular one. So I think as you guys are talking about how you want to influence how the administration carries this forward, I think it really is a bit of a workshopping of what are those areas of gaps, and then I think you can talk further about, and I just would like to use another example to kind of get the juices flowing, is are some of those things going to be a large permanent reliance? Let's talk about Catholic Charities, right? That is a large effort in our neighborhood where it will never go away. It's going to potentially, if we're lucky, be able to grow. And it services both safekeeping of the home as well as the food. And so that would be, I think, something where this group would talk through, all right, if we have an annual budget and we believe we want to be a good long-term partner to this person, then perhaps part of the discussion is around, is perhaps the term is wrong, homelessness and food insecurity, are those things ongoing gaps that we will choose to permanently fund externally? Because then what you're doing is you're starting to bifurcate the categories, if this makes sense, of things where the gap exists, but perhaps it will be an ongoing long-term partnership, maybe even an outsourcing, let's use the words, versus something like, the ones that would come in and out that are filling gaps, but they're also local and kind of, specific to maybe a particular district or what is needed. So I think where we're kind of going off is we're not really getting into the idea of, we agree we have gaps. Do we agree on where those gaps are?
Yeah, I want to inject something into this, and it's not probably very popular, but in some of these organizations, and I think Councilwoman Hurtek hits on a little bit, the city of Tampa is kind of the lowest level of government in this equation. So you've got federal aid and federal programs, you've got state programs, you've got county programs, and then with the city. And a lot of these larger groups, I look at the city of Tampa as filling in the cracks, not filling in the canyons, right? So that, and especially with other organizations that maybe don't have the, they're not large organizations. They can't write the big grants to get the big program money from the federal government or the state, or they can't get, they're not. Of course, you know what happened with Hillsborough County, so we don't even have to just discuss that. But they have, and then they also have large fundraising operations independent of government, and so they're able to sustain. And our contributions are relatively insignificant, as opposed to like the Penguin Project, Councilman Vieira, where our contribution makes a significant difference to their existence, and or some of these other types of things. And I know this is where it's not popular, because I think actually on the opposite side of that, what you brought up was the veterans thing, because there's lots of programs for veterans assistance. I mean, a lot of programs, and this isn't about being anti-veteran and all, because of course that's great, but is the city of Tampa, with our very, very limited resources, is it the dollar best spent versus supporting the Penguin Project? If there's choices between supporting the Penguin Project and supporting this other type of organization that, I'll throw it out there, Feeding Tampa Bay is another one. Large, independent fundraising capability, supported by many different organizations. Is how significant is our contribution versus supporting those smaller organizations that we are the absolute life? I mean, we are the life and the blood of that organization, and some of these organizations. I mean, the small amount of money we gave to Stepping Stones makes a difference whether they're running well or not running well. So I think we really have to be cognizant of, one, how limited our resources are, and what is the greatest amount of good for the greatest amount of people and organizations that we can do with that small amount of money. And if we're spending money in organizations that maybe can go out and find their money elsewhere, maybe we're actually screwing over, for lack of a better word, other organizations that we could do better good for. Councilwoman Hurtek.
So
I'm sorry.
the questions of larger annual reoccurring allocations. The reason I put Catholic Charities in Feeding Tampa Bay is because we are funding them, and for whatever reason, budgetarily, they're under this fund, but they shouldn't be. Like, Catholic Charities needs to be under housing. It just is. It's one of those things. And then the Feeding Tampa Bay that we gave money to last week, 2 weeks ago, last week, I think it was last week, I asked about that because I said, yeah, we're already giving them a lot. And that Feeding Tampa Bay money specifically helps Tampa Hope. That was specifically for them. So that was another funding of Catholic Charities. So that's not the issue. For the issue isn't that, because those are housing issues. But this, we are talking about smaller nonprofits. The problem, though, comes from once we start funding someone, how do we then pull that funding back so that we can support others? Because there are hundreds, if not thousands, of nonprofits. I would go with hundreds in the city of Tampa, and we can only fund a certain number of them. And so we're not going to be able to do it continuously forever. We're going to have to make some choices, and so step down the assistance as it goes on. But then, so it sounds like goals, we clearly want to focus on.
Didn't we reach consensus that we're
I don't know.
3 years? I mean, there wasn't 3 years of consensus we reached last year.
We talked about it. I don't know if anyone really gathered that information, and maybe that's what Miss McGregor has. So maybe we'll let them speak to that. But we really are looking for, yeah.
Let me let Councilwoman Young speak first.
Well, I think that, I know there's maybe not a lot of nonprofit leaders here, but I would love to hear from them. I think just in terms of, helping us to kind of structure what this program looks like. So I think that, however that looks, how we, I don't know if it's another workshop or if we could put something, online through, the office and have, nonprofits give some input. I think that would be beneficial for me. And then you said something, we're, filling the cracks, not the canyons. I think that's a really good point. What I will say is, I know at the time when we were giving out the funding, that was right when county was cutting a lot of funding from a lot of nonprofits. And so I know we were able to help out a lot of nonprofits that do some really great work in the community. And then I'll also, just for the council, you have this on your minds. One thing that I know with nonprofits is that they kind of have that, like the pulse of the community. And while we're out talking with the community, a lot of times they really know the communities a lot better. Down to name whose grandmother, whose daughter, son, they know a lot. And so I think for us, again, as we're, just talking about filling in those cracks, finding, those nonprofits that have those relationships that can help us to fill those cracks, I think is really important. Ms. Capesi, you sent a really great article yesterday, and there was a couple of questions in there that I thought were good, especially pertaining to this conversation. Is a nonprofit in a solid financial condition? Do they have steady funding or sufficient reserves? So as we talk about, how long will the program be? If we have a nonprofit that has, that steady funding, or is there something that we can put in the social action art funding that teaches them, like, advocate, we know this is only 3 years, this is how you go out and get more funding? Or is there a nonprofit that we can partner with to help those nonprofits so they know that they're not going to get funding for a long period of time, but after your 3 years is up or however long, this is how you can continue, so that that crack that they were filling is it's not null and void. Do they have a track record of successful collaboration with other entities? I think that's important as well, because if you partner with one organization that has a network, so it's almost like, as we were talking about return on your investment, it's not just that one nonprofit. If they have a network, then we fund them, and then they're using their network, so they're filling even more cracks. So I think that's important information. We're talking about having that return. Have they successfully managed their brand or controversy and avoided inappropriate controversy? Are they out in the community and they're making sure they're getting their work done? I think, again, that helps us. Have they demonstrated the ability to monitor performance, adjust, and report it publicly? Again, your return on investment. How do you monitor your performance? So we know, okay, they're performing, they're doing what we need them to do. The crack that we have identified is that there are 500 teens that, you know, need STEM or workforce training. And so now you can come back and say, okay, after our 2 years or 3 years, this is what we've been able to do. And they've been able to fill that crack of 500. So I think those are really good questions. And I think that I don't know how we, you know, put that into the funding. But I think that could kind of help us, like, you know, kind of gauge and monitor what the criteria is when we're engaging those nonprofits.
Well, I think
Well said.
one of the things I think I hear you saying is about the collaboration, and they talked a lot about that in that article. And so even though this discussion around gaps, what we think the gaps, sure, that's one seat at the table, that's what we think the gaps. But I think, just again, listening to you, we know the process allows an application to come through. So by virtue of an application, you could say, well, that's the need. Well, all the nonprofits are going to want to send in. So I think when I kind of tease out some of what I'm hearing is, you know, perhaps in the process, the idea that up front, asking more specifically within the community to help identify the gaps will then again inform, as the applications come in, if you're actually hitting the mark on who needs what. So.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And really fast, and one thing we could look at is, you know, having categories that we talk about, which is if we go, okay, these organizations are going to be phased out after 3 years, starting in 2027, whatever it is, but that we make sure that we look at other organizations that fulfill those categories, like disabilities, where there's such a very, very big gap. And I think Councilwoman Young is somebody who's just starting here within your first year, and God willing, you have at least 8 years left here, right? That you have a big voice, I think, on this, giving your experience. And, you know, and then the little grants. Like I know this year, Buddy Baseball. I don't know if any of y'all know Buddy Baseball. It's a baseball league for persons with intellectual disabilities. I think we got them $10,000 for them and a league of their own. And man, I've gone out to their games and they have to beg people for money. And that five, you know, I think there's a saying, which is, if by going a few steps that helps you walk a mile, I'll take those few steps. We take those few steps. We help those folks, you know, walk a mile. And look, are there going to be mistakes in this? Of course there are. Of course there are. I'm reminded of, I'm going to really butcher the saying, but it's from Franklin Roosevelt, where he goes, something better a government that I'm really going to butcher it, but in helping people makes a couple of mistakes rather than a government that's stuck in this ice cold indifference. Okay? And we should help people. Are we going to make mistakes along the way? Absolutely. But the good is going to outweigh the bad 100 to 1. It is, just my view. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, this really comes down to verification. That's it. Is it factual? Yes or nay? Have they done their job? Yes or nay? And that's how you have to look at it. So somehow it's got to be verified.
Well, that's if
Yeah,
if
correct.
it's aligned with the strategic goals, so that we have something to weigh it against. So is there a way to say, is this just a charitable donation, or is this aligned with the strategic goal, really doing something for the city that we're not doing for ourselves?
Have a goal. You're right. You have to verify that goal that has been done.
Yeah. Janelle, would you like to come up and? So as an administrator of this program, which I'm sure you're delighted to do, can you maybe highlight what you would see as maybe some rubbing off some of the rough edges, or, you know, some guidance that you'd like to see us provide?
Sure. Good morning, Chairman Clendenin and City Council members. Thank you so much for hosting this discussion today. And Janelle McGregor, Director of Community Engagement and Partnerships, and the man who needs no introduction, Andrew Ellman,
Who are you?
Grabbed the bull by the horns on this program earlier this year. As my portfolio gears up for the fiscal year 27 funding cycle, and most notably as CFO Dennis Rojero and his award-winning budget team prepare to present you with a budget in the next coming weeks, we're hoping that this conversation today will help shed some light on the dollar amount council desires to establish for the Social Action and Arts Fund for fiscal year 27. And as we continue to have those conversations, as we've done in previous years to ensure that council's priorities as a body are reflected within that budget that will be presented to you. And it's an iterative process that includes, of course, the budget presentation and public comment as well. But that first step we're looking at is just earmarking what that dollar amount is going to look like, so then we have a framework to work within as we continue these conversations on strategy of who's going to be supported. Absolutely correct. 3 years ago, we said that organizations will start to receive cuts year over year because we want them to get to that point of self-sufficiency. And that is something that is communicated to every organization when they receive their funding notification from Mr. Ellman. But again, we want to continue those collaborative conversations with council as a body and individually on what those priorities are, and then ensuring that they're reflected within the budget presentation, which kicks off the process for disbursement of the monies to the organizations.
Okay. So in the last fiscal year, could you remind council where we landed as far as a budget?
Absolutely. And I will bring Mr. Ellman up to kind of give a more 10,000 view of this, but we started out at about $1 million when the budget was presented, and then because of the surplus, there was an extra 500,000 that was added. Now, while that money went to support a great need, and as we discussed, filling the cracks, what it did cause is a delay in us dispersing the money to those organizations that were initially told that they would receive that funding. And that is why I'm here encouraging council today to kind of have this conversation shaped up, not just with that dollar amount, but with those organizations we want to see funded and reflected in the budget. So by the time the budget is approved, then we can begin that disbursement. And if it's council's pleasure, I could have Mr. Ellman come up and give that 10,000 foot view.
Well, I don't know how much of a pleasure that will be, but yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Janelle. Andrew Ellman, Office of Community Engagement and Partnerships. Thank you, Council, for having me today. I'm happy that we were able to have a discussion as we look to SAF 2027. I also want to thank Carl Brody from Legal, as well as city staff, for helping make this process a lot smoother. As you know, we had 58 organizations, and your recent regular city council agendas have been much longer because I've been trying to put as many on there as possible so we can move this process forward. As Janelle mentioned, we were a bit delayed this year, so I'm trying to get as many organizations approved as possible. We have currently 4 outstanding that are either not placed on an agenda or not approved yet. And as of today, we have about $300,000 out the door. So we're hoping to look to next year and to make that a more efficient process as we start earlier is the goal. I also have a list of the different categories of organizations that we're funding this year that I think can be helpful for. I can. It's less legible, but I can. For yes, I keep it close to my heart. But it's food assistance. We have 3 organizations. Disabilities. We have 10 organizations. Health. We have 4 organizations.
Can you slow down?
Yes, apologies.
So food?
Food assistance, yes, we have 3 different organizations.
Mm-hmm.
For disabilities, we have 10 organizations. For health and wellness, we have 4 organizations. For veteran services, we have 4 organizations. For youth, we have 14 organizations. We currently have 2 housing organizations. We have 7 art organizations, 2 organizations for history, and 4 organizations for education.
Y'all are scribbling like there's going to be a quiz.
I'd like to have my information. Okay.
And I would like to again thank you all for your help and coordinating with me and your aides' help for getting the information from the organizations. One thing I heard mentioned was about making sure that these organizations are doing what they say they're going to be doing, and that's something that we're working on improving for next year. And I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira.
I just wanted to commend Andrew. I mean, you've had the patience of Job, man, in dealing with so many different inquiries and organizations going, where's my money? Where's my money? And you've just demonstrated great patience. And I hope your parents are watching, because I hope they're proud of you. I know they are. I mean it.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So is council, are these the group, are these the groups that we're happy with funding? Food, disability, health, veteran, youth, housing, art, history, and education. Is housing, Mr. Ellman, is housing the Catholic Charities and Feeding Tampa Bay, or?
Catholic Charities is not on the list of SAF organizations for the fiscal year 2026.
Yeah, because that's under housing, I thought.
There was the THHI that we had originally applied. I don't have the specific numbers on which organizations we have as housing, but I can double check and get back with you on that.
Okay, because it seems like housing, I mean, THHI has millions of dollars. Not really sure why they would come to us for more.
We're gonna just defer to Ms. Kopesky very quickly. She has a list here.
So
that
Dream
was broken
Builders
down.
Mission, Dream Builders Mission Homeless Help Center, and then the Portico Housing.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so really, that's more homeless outreach than housing. Okay, just, well, I mean, it's kind of a.
Same thing.
It isn't the same thing, because housing could be like helping people find.
Well, it's just the type of person it's not, it's still housing,
And then as far as food goes, who are our food folks?
So the food is Feeding Tampa Bay, Hager Kopesky, City Council Budget Analyst. Feeding Tampa Bay, that was the largest, and as you mentioned, it's at 200,000. Dream Builders Mission, so more on the food side, and then 813 Hood Garden Space.
Okay, yeah. So we're looking at. Okay, so I mean, do we like this disbursement overall? Then are we happy with this? But then.
So what we started with was $1 million in FY26. We ended up getting a bonus because of leftover money, but as we saw in our mid-year cycle, this is going to be a tighter budget probably is what we're going to project, right?
Yeah.
So I can't imagine we're going to have more than $1 million. One item they just read was 1/5 of that budget, just to highlight that. Just again,
agreed.
Of getting back down to filling the cracks versus filling the canyons. What can we do to fill the cracks versus, because especially with some of these other organizations that have an opportunity to find their money at federal, at state and county and also the private sector, exactly. So I want to just highlight that, and gosh, don't come at me because I love the organizations that we're talking about, but I'm just trying to be real. Miss Janelle.
Janelle McGregor, Director of Community Engagement and Partnerships. And just for council's awareness, in fiscal year 26, 39 of the organizations that we funded, my Invisaligns are slipping, were receiving recurring funding. And of those 58, 19 of those were new organizations. And I know that is part of the discussion council has had previously, is ensuring that we are kind of weaning those organizations off and making room for the new ones as well. And just a quick note on the accountability. We hear you loud and clear. As Andrew said, that is something that we are working to strengthen, is our program evaluation and monitoring. And we know people are probably not going to like when we come and knock at their doors to ask them, exactly how the funding is going to be spent. I'm spending my Saturday going through those youth organizations to see how we could leverage them this summer. Doing that this weekend, if anybody wants to join me. And then to go back and ask them, as the administration, how we can better partner with them to ensure those funds are being utilized as best as possible. Thank you.
I would like to highlight that it is 11:30. Our goal is to be out of here by 1, and we still have quite a few items on the agenda. So I think we probably, to wrap this, we need to have some strategic discussions of providing guidance to Janelle and her department of how they move forward as crafting FY 27.
30 seconds.
Councilman Vera.
You can time me 30 seconds. Number one, it is my belief that portico allotment is only for 1 year because that's for the returning citizens housing, so that should be off. Number two, for the special needs internship, I'm going to be making a motion to move that outside of this into the general budget because that should be permanent. So that's all. 30 seconds done. Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So again, I'm going back to the goal, and I think what we're trying to do is get away from city council being involved in the process and instead using the applications for you all to determine what organizations are chosen. So, I mean, for me, I heard a lot about youth and veterans today, and looking at this, disability, food, I mean, all of these are things that we need. All of these are organizations or categories. And it sounds like the homeless and housing we're probably done with for now, because if the portico is off and they don't need that anymore, then I don't know about THHI, but they have a lot of money. So really looking more at youth, veteran, health, disability, food, education, those types of things. I think for me, I would like to see the art and the history. Like I don't mind the categories, but what I would like you to do, what I would like to see you bring back is, if you're looking at these categories, I would like to see what each category, what it corresponds to in the city's goals. And if it corresponds to more than one, that's even better. But that's measurable to me. So if you were to bring us back a list, and again, this could just be a written report, so, or just an email out to us. I prefer not to make it a motion because I think it will go faster if we are allowed to just simply get an email out, and then we can respond maybe to Ms. Kopesky so each of us can respond to Ms. Kopesky to talk to share, what we really think the best melding of that money is. So then when you get the applications, you can focus on the ones that touch the most of the goals. Does that make sense?
I think to capture this for in perpetuity, it'd be more appropriate for you to make a motion.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that that Ms. McGregor and her staff take the categories that are currently existing and find and attach the goals, the City of Tampa's goals, to each category to see how many of those goals really match. And if you have to, I'm not thinking about the 10,000 foot view either. Like, really, you're gonna have to go a little more in depth. So the motion is to connect with the goals, each of these categories, and to email them out to council by the end of next week. Just like a beginning iteration. So that would be.
Can you do that?
The end of next week is June 5th. Or no, I'm sorry, not the end of next week. I'm sorry, the end of so June 12th. By June 12th, to allow council to see how many of those are best aligned, and then to work with Ms. Kopesky for each council member to work with Ms. Kopesky to kind of solidify and rank the prioritization, if that makes sense, based on those goals.
And understanding that maybe this is some other that don't align with the goals.
Well, but that's exactly it.
Yeah.
We may find one that aligns with the goals 40%, and so maybe the 40% of the money comes from that. But that's my motion, as long and convoluted as it is.
I have a motion. I have a second. Ms. Kopesky, did you want to add something to that?
Go ahead and finish the motion.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Councilman Vera. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Councilman Young, you wanted to speak?
What did I want to say?
I can ask them. Did you have anything further that you want? Do you think this is a good place to stop?
Absolutely. I think this gives us the framework we're looking to have, and
Okay.
thank you for council's trust and in putting the ball in our hands and to provide with the recommendation moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody else want to, Councilman, Mr.
So,
Kopesky?
Hager Kopesky, City Council Budget Analyst. I'd like to ask this group, just to, again, keep this efficient. We started out by, it's not a discussion about specific dollars, but it is a discussion about dollars. And so, I don't know if you feel comfortable now, but let's be very realistic. We have 6 weeks between now and the budget, and we know our situation in terms of general 30,000 feet where we are. We had $1 million target when we did the initial plan. We upped it via using surplus funds to 1.5. I would like to see this group agree to basically provide the administration back a figure that they think is reasonable to work through, so that as the budget continues, we are helping them set a reasonable limit, I guess is essentially what I'm saying.
I'd entertain a motion to say we'll set a target for $1 million for this fund.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, sorry, I had to step out for a minute. I agree with the idea of aligning this with goals, but as we had talked about in prior meetings, I think it needs to be tied to what are the services that can't as well be provided by the city? What are the gaps that are being provided by the nonprofit that the city doesn't offer, or that the nonprofit can leverage other resources to do better? And then, as Councilmember Vieira said, any of these nonprofits that we can move into departments. So some of the workforce training, for example, in the past, we had suggested moving to economic development, and then it's directly going to be approved by, especially if it's going to go more than 1 year, it would be approved by a department as to whether it's efficient or not. Because what we don't want to do is to make the community think that this is just a slush fund where they can ask for money. It's not at all. The city doesn't have any extra money. We have a huge backlog and huge debt now that we need to pay. The other thing is that it should be outcome focused, not output focused. We need to focus on measurable outcomes. The other thing, I don't know if you all talked about this, but I think I would suggest changing the name too. It could be called the Nonprofit Partnership Fund, or it could be called the Community Leverage Fund. It has to be tied to something. You all might come up with something better, but it needs to be tied to something where we're leveraging limited city dollars to accomplish the goals that the community has set for us. Not just the city's goals, but ideally the goals should be set on what the community wants and needs, and to see how they can help us move that forward.
I would task Andrew. Look at that young, bright mind.
Andrew has a report he needs to deliver by June 12th.
I have a question, if I
Councilman Vieira, go ahead with your question.
Just really quick, you, Mr. Chairman, had motioned for the budget to be capped at 1 million. It's presently 1.5, right?
No, it was one. We had $500,000 of surplus funds for FY26, which the budget was 1.
Okay, but with that, would it have been 1.5 million last year?
It was 1.5 because we had $500,000 of surplus.
Can I, just on principle, ask for reconsideration of that so that I can vote no on that, just for the record? Is that okay? May I? Okay, so.
Okay, we have a motion for reconsideration.
Sorry.
Okay, we have a second from Councilman Vieira, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, we have a motion to set the budget for FY27 for what's currently referred to as the Social Action and Arts Funding, SAAF. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Clerk, can you call that for us?
Thank you.
Motion carries with Vieira voting no and Hurtak being absent at vote.
Thank you, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, one other quick thing. One of the reasons why I suggested these names is because by having the word arts in it, it also I had meetings with 2 different arts groups yesterday. The impression is that the city is funding the arts, and I'm a huge supporter of the arts. I personally and through my company put a lot of money and time into it, but for the city's purposes, it not only has to be tied to goal, it really has to be tied to outcomes. What we found in the St. Petersburg model, and then we've seen in other places, is the connection between the arts and technology and innovation. And so if we're going to fund the arts, it's not funding public art. It is funding the intersection between. It's either helping to build the industry of the arts, for example, the Crest Contemporary Building, helping to build up the capacity of individual artists to sell their works. So that's an industry. There's a sculptor in St. Pete, Mark Ailing, who sells his sculptures nationally for $250,000 in each. Yala Ford sells hers for like $300,000 or $400,000 all over the world. So how do we get other artists to sell millions of dollars in art a year? That's creating an industry of the art. It's actually something high value. You spend whatever it is, $20 on paint, $50 on a frame and everything, and then you sell it for $100,000. That's bringing real value into our community. And then the other thing is the intersection between the arts and innovation. The idea of Crest Contemporary is that it supports the programmers at Ashley Furniture, the other programmers who are going to come in, the defense contractors like L3 and others. And so the arts are, just like in St. Pete, inextricably tied to innovation tech.
Thank you. Okay, is there any further discussion on this?
Yeah,
Can we move on?
One more thing, just because I've heard it a couple times. I just want to remind this body, because obviously the financials is a core part of what you do, is I know we're talking about what we currently call social action, but as the process is appropriate to place it where the owner or the portfolio will be, not questioning that. But even when I heard Councilman Vieira say, hey, I'm going to make a suggestion that we move something with disabilities permanently into a section of the city, that's understood, but at the core of the core, we're talking about aid to somewhere. So we can label it, but what I want to make sure that this group remembers is whether it is Catholic Charities sitting over as an aid item in housing, whether it's economic opportunity because things have landed there that used to be in social action, or where we place these things, doesn't change that you need a reporting mechanism that lets you know that over time, the investment we're making, it's not just the little pot that we have of $5,000 items over here. It's ultimately going to spread throughout the organization as it gets owned, and we need to just make a conscious effort to make sure we keep our finger on the pulse of what that is, because it is aid to someone.
Well, also know that when you do that, it diminishes council's role in funding council's priorities for things like this. Councilwoman Young, Councilwoman Young.
Quick question. So I'm thinking what you're with Councilman Vieira. So I know originally the pot was $4 million, then we had the surplus funding for $500,000, which is why we did that. Is it possible that we could have like a grant? So in the event that we have the surplus funding, so it's not something that we'll always have, but in the event, if we were to have surplus funding, there is a grant that the nonprofits could apply for.
I think that's a discussion once we go to the budget, when we get to that carryover period, but also realize that there's street paving, sidewalks, flood mitigation, lots of needs, limited resources.
I wouldn't be my nonprofit self if I didn't.
I get it.
So I had to put it out there.
No, we understand. Okay, I think we beat this dead horse, and we're ready for public comment. So
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Can I give this to you? Be right back.
Okay, welcome. Please start with your names.
Good morning. I'm Antoinette Hayes Triplett, CEO for Tampa Hillsborough Homeless Initiative, also known as THHI. I'm asking for that the funding for THHI be reinstated, as we have received funding from the city for staffing and planning since 2004. These funds are necessary to ensure that a continuum of care system can convene partners, coordinate services, collaborate with local, state, and federal leaders, and contract with community partners on the issue of homelessness. THHI receives federal, state, and county government funds for staffing and planning. These funds are critical to maintain the database that coordinates the delivery of services and housing to thousands of our neighbors, and to ensure that it's done efficiently and without duplication of services. Funding also helps to support our annual homeless point in time count, our strategic planning, policy development, committees, and workshops. It also provides technical assistance and training to our community partners. THHI has also stepped in the gap during national disasters when local government may have taken a while to provide those fundings. Currently, THHI is administering the city's Emergency Solutions Grant, and we have been doing that since 2021. THHI receives $6,744 to administer over $263,000 of funds on behalf of the city. In previous years, we've received up to $190,000 for staffing funds. That was, we were expecting to get those funds in 2020, FY 2026. We have received notification that we wouldn't, then we received notification that we would, and then we received notification again that we wouldn't. So I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have. There are a couple of things that were said before that I want to make some clarifications to. We have a network over 120 community partners that come together on a monthly basis, in person, quarterly, and virtually every month other than that. Also, THHI only receives less than 2% of administration funds across all funding levels, so that the money goes straight back out to those not-for-profit organizations that we fund on behalf of local government.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Right. Any questions?
No, time's up. This is just public
Okay.
comment. It's one-way communication.
All
You're
right,
talking to
thank you.
us. Very good. Okay, start with your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. I'm Dr. Lauren Huff. I'm founder, CEO of Daughters Need a Father Incorporated. With this nonprofit, we advocate for girls growing up in father-absent households, and we also do workshops for single mothers to help their daughters reach their full potential. Now, if you've ever spoken to any founders, you know that there's a personal story behind why they started the organization. So with DNAF, we started in 2011 in Atlanta, Georgia. The reason why I started it was because my father was incarcerated the first 10 years of my life, and my daughter's father was murdered before she was born. I saw similarities in the way that she acted out in comparison to the way I acted out as a youth. I tried to find an organization to help me with my daughter, but there was not anything out there. There were organizations for boys growing up in father-absent households, but there wasn't anything to help girls. I don't receive any type of grants or funding. I do the work because it's something I'm passionate about, and I feel like it's my purpose. I am interested in possibly in applying for the grant that you spoke about. I was unaware that that was even available so that I could reach more people. We currently partner with Dress for Success, their Moving Forward program. We go out and we speak to those individuals, but we would like to be able to maybe do something with the city so that we could help that population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else in the public wish to speak to this item? Hearing none. Okay, we're going to move on to number 4. It's council discussing the conversion of Convention Center to Enterprise. Councilman Carlson, this was your motion. Would you like to kick us off?
Yeah, the administration had sent a memo a couple months ago saying essentially no, but my intention in trying to set it up as an enterprise is just so we can track the actual costs, not with the expectation that it would be profitable, but I think it has to be a separate, it should have its own separate accounting. It operates like a business, and we need to understand what the subsidy is. I'm not trying to, the way the administration reacted to this question was to send us all kinds of propaganda around about how the convention center is important. I think we all know that already. I know that. But what we need, the city council and the public needs clarity as to what the subsidy is, and the information needs to be put all in one place. And so I would like for it to be listed that way, so that we can, just so we can track the numbers.
Councilman Miranda.
And thank you for bringing this up, but I look at it in a different way. The convention center does not have a guaranteed stream of money coming in as the other 4 do: water, wastewater, and solid waste, and so forth and so on. And that's the problem I have with making an enterprise fund. In order to be an enterprise fund, you have to be creative, that you have a product that you're selling to yourself or to make money to float the whole thing. This does not have that. The convention center, in fact, is a a moneymaker in a lot of other different ways. At one time, we didn't have a convention center. And then all of a sudden, we had a convention center and no convention hotel. So we really lost a lot of money when it was that way, on both sides. However, since then, it has certainly made an improvement in the amount of employees that we have downtown, the amount of hotels that we have downtown. We didn't have any hotel of any cap size or ability to create in conventions. The first one that got here was a Marriott, Waterside, and that was done under Dick Rickle. However, after that came, guess what happened? The convention center started to blossom because they had a convention hotel close by, just within a couple of 100 feet. And other hotels saw, oh, they're doing well, I'm doing well. I'm going to see what's going on in Tampa. Then you had 4 or 5 downtown. Now you still have, and you can check my record on the ability of the hotels. I think they're first or second in the whole United States of America in hotel occupancy per hotels rooms available. It's like in the mid 80%. So what I'm saying is, we don't have a guaranteed fund to fund it because it doesn't have a guaranteed fund of funding. Whatever comes, comes. Then comes Tampa, visit Tampa Bay. They have done, in my opinion, an extremely well job for the city of Tampa and for others around us. They have brought us not only conventions from all over the world, twice they brought Bollywood, which is greater than Hollywood in producing movies and having the revenues, and no one's had them, I don't think, for 2 years in a row. They come from India to Tampa to have their Bollywood. So that's an extremely important thing for us to have, and I think we're looking at, and I'm not disagreeing in total concept, but we got to be very sure, because what happens is this in politics. St. Pete does not have a convention center. But guess what St. Pete has that we don't have? A lot of beaches very close by. We don't have that. So when St. Pete builds one, and they will, sooner or later, let me tell you what this convention center really needs. It needs to expand by double the size that it has, or we will be out of business without the hotels or with the hotels in 10 years. There's 3 large really convention centers in the country. That's Orlando, Chicago, and Las Vegas. I don't want any of them. We don't have space for them if we wanted them. That's number one. But number 2 is the lifeline of this downtown development is the people that come in, not within the city, but outside the city, that spend their money here. The convention center is part of that circular operation that I just talked to bring people to Tampa. Tampa's come in the last years or so from a sleepy little town that only had cigars, manufacturing, and things of that nature. That's what we were known for, and we did well. But all of a sudden that died out. We came down to ground zero. We are now a destination point from all over the world. We are a tourist area, whether we like it or not, and we got to act like one. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that, and I think you kind of acknowledged this as well, Councilman Carlson. I don't know if this is, I don't know if the convention center would be something that we'd look at as an enterprise fund at this stage of its life cycle. But I think it's interesting. I say David's here. I agree with Councilman Carlson. I think that I know we have plans for a potential expansion of the convention center. I think that is expand or die. You know, you have to keep these types of facilities in sync with the demand and the market. And I believe that Tampa has now grown to a point where the market is ahead of where we are. So we have to have a plan for some major improvements. I don't know, did you want to speak to this at all? Do you want to start with your name, please?
Good morning, Council. David Ingram, Executive Director of the Tampa Convention Center. For our operational standpoint, we do cover our expenditures. We do bring enough revenues to cover anything that we have. So it's labor, routine maintenance. Where we truly get subsidy would be for capital improvements, or to your point, for an expansion purposes, we would need subsidy from that. After the market's feasibility study that we did show you back in June, I believe, we are in that process of moving forward. The one drawback is, from our side, is if we don't move, we're going to start losing that business. We're very fortunate to come out of COVID in a positive situation from the state's perspective on a tourism piece. So for us, that movement of growth is important, and the only way to get that subsidy is either through the city or from the tourist development tax, which unfortunately I don't control, but I don't have enough money to be able to start that expansion under my own revenue streams.
Okay, Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, to me, the choice of an enterprise fund is it generating revenue? I've worked with a bunch of private sector. I've worked with a bunch of facilities in the past, and you do things to increase attendance or increase profits. And an example, you talked about St. Pete. You know, there are all kinds of other venues. A long time ago, I worked with the Coliseum, which was in the movie Cocoon, and it had been losing money for 20 years, and we helped them change the business model, and suddenly they were profitable for the first time. But it's a place that has lots of events. It doesn't mean that that the convention center needs to be profitable in a pure kind of P&L, but it is generating revenue from outside. It operates like a business. It does marketing. The question comes down to, though, when you're looking at what the debt subsidy should be, or the grant subsidy should be, do we spend 20 million or 30 million or 50 million? You know, what's the context within which you make that? There are all kinds of nice things that we could have, you know, but how do you look at the context of that and figure out, you know, the basic numbers of the convention center as a business compared to other similar facilities, and then look at the opportunity of setting this up, and then the debt service is going to add to the operating costs as you add that to it, or the grant equivalent. So that's why I think we should. It's not that we try to diminish the role of the convention center, and there is a bigger role of economic impact, as Councilmember Miranda said. It's just being transparent about showing all the numbers so that we can make good decisions in the future. If you come back with the changes are going to be 20 million versus 100 million, there's no context within which to make that decision right now.
But don't you think that when they come with that and say when David presents a plan for expansion, says we invest X number of dollars, we expect the return on that investment, and via you know, economic impact studies, which you love. You know, but I mean, I think this is the same discussion we just had with baseball. How much are we investing? How much are we getting back? And I think this is the same kind of conversation we'd have with the convention center. If we're going to spend X number of dollars, how much can we expect a return on that investment? You know, if it's a in perpetuity a deficit, then yeah, probably not a great investment. But if we anticipate over the life of 30 years, we'll be able to, the economic impact of hotel rooms, fill in hotel rooms, you know, all the things that come with that. If it's a return of jobs, you know, all the things that factor into this, then we have to factor those things in, which would have to be backed up by some type of analytics and science. Councilman Miranda, I saw your light flicker on.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I appreciate the comparison. The comparison really is that we tell the taxpayers exactly what it is, how much money we're making or losing, and when you deal with an entity outside the realm of government, they don't tell you anything about nothing. I've been here how long now, and I've heard this conversation from those that want to come in. They haven't told me how much money they got. They haven't told me anything directly. They haven't said anything without mentioning any names. But what I'm saying is, sooner or later, this convention center's either got to close or enlarge itself. Because if we don't have a market, one way or the other. And by the way, I never talked to this gentleman or anybody in the administration. Not even having talked to myself. I just thought about it when I was here. Looking around, I said, this is what we need to do. Because if we don't, we have to close up. One or the other is going to happen.
Oh,
Yeah, just an idea, so not to push this point too much. I know you presented to us before, and I'm not questioning your management ability or anything like that, but maybe sometime toward the end of the year, we could put this on a workshop so that you could present the competitive context, you know, how, on a dollar and percentage basis, how other convention centers manage their basic operating expenses and revenue, and then the impact of debt and or grants, and how that rolls up to impact the pricing that you charge and the opportunities. Because I think we need to start building, not just for us, but for the community. The community needs to be aware that at some point in the future, you're going to come back and ask for another big amount of money to renovate or expand. I 100% agree with what Councilman Miranda said. You go to Orlando or some other cities, and I mean, our convention center looks like a little hotel space.
Like an outhouse.
And the other thing that's happened besides the Marriott coming,
a pretty coral and green outhouse.
it's a beautiful, well-run facility. But the other thing besides the Marriott is we have now meeting spaces in the JW and some of the other hotels. So all that is synergistic around. Yeah.
So when do you expect to come before council with the starting the plan of expansion to pitch the expansion?
We just finished our feasibility study for the facility assessment, so that's going to go into a master plan to be able to come back and say, here's what we need from a capital replacement. I don't like saying capital improvement, but it's a capital replacement. We're 36 years old. I need to start replacing stuff that's outdated. You saw last week that we had a pipe crack that had to be replaced. At some point in time, the infrastructure of the building is going to need to be replaced. Then we also need to tag that into an expansion and trying to figure out how we expand the best piece. So you're probably looking at least a year for me to be able to come back and say, okay, this is where we want to be or where we need to be. And part of that discussion is going to be driven what happens with the raise.
Could we?
So FY 28 probably is where.
It's probably closer to that. I submitted to Mike Perry and the mayor's capital replacement for the next 5 years. So we still have to massage those numbers and make sure that we can figure out how to do that. And part of that is not just a budgetary number. So I'm just going to pick a number. Let's say it's 90 million over the next 10 years, right? You can give me $9 million for the next 10 years, you give me $90 million, right? Or you can go, I have that project of $9 million, but that's a 3-year process. So now it becomes a cash flow issue. So that first year, I may not need 9 million, I may only need 1, but by the time I hit year 3, I may need not the 8 plus whatever else is coming on down the road.
Well, welcome to Dennis Rogero and Mike Perry's world.
And it's just a quick comment regarding the Orange County Convention Center and some of the convention centers within the state of Florida and the region. Visit Tampa Bay asked me to do a quick research for them. Subsidy from an operating standpoint comes out of some form of tourism development tax from within the state. If you go to Texas, it's called a hotel occupancy tax. Nashville has a hotel occupancy tax. They also have tax on food and beverage in defined areas. So whatever subsidies that they have are coming not just from a capital perspective, it's also coming from an operation perspective. Just to give you a point of reference, $90 million was what Orange County Convention Center made last year in their revenues. Their expenditures were roughly 115. So that delta of $20 million came out of the tourist development tax. Plus they're also getting additional funding for a $35 to $50 million a year capital program. Granted, I'm talking apples to grapes, we'll be nice, we'll say grapes, because their TDT is almost $400 million. So they have the ability to do that. But that's from the day one, from when they started, that subsidy was created so that there always was that, if there was a delta, it would be covered. We don't have that ability to do that.
So that's why I said we could present the comparison set by dollars and by percentages, so we would know. That's a great example in going through the numbers, because if there is the expectation that most of the successful convention centers have something like that, at least we understand the context. I know the city council and everybody's going to change in May next year, and you're talking about 2028. But do you think it would be helpful to just have you present the whole case and the numbers, like the business of the convention and what the possibilities are, without all the finished numbers? Do you think it would be helpful to do that in a workshop? The first we're available is September.
I can give you a 50,000-foot view of where we're at, but I don't know if that's going to give you enough data to be able to move forward and say, oh, and I'm just going to pick a number. Let's say I need $100 million for capital replacement, and by the time you move forward, the numbers that we would have for an expansion, I'm just picking a number again, so please, this is not accurate, maybe $1 billion. So now by the time we get to that, you're shifting that line even further down the road. So I would hate to give you information that you don't.
Based on listening to the discussion, I think probably making it a meaningful discussion, you hit it on the head, reference May of next year. I think if he planned for that type of a presentation after the new council is in place, because that will be very helpful for the people, especially the new people that are coming. I think maybe, and for your planning purposes of preparing and staging and preparing a report, which would be a good beginning of what's going to happen for FY28. If maybe we could put on, or at least say that we're going to have put on the calendar for FY20.
The idea is that, and I agree with all that, but the idea is that we need the community to understand the context. What usually happens is that we find out on a Friday that it's coming up on a Thursday, and and then you present and we have to vote. And it would be better to build the argument in the community. And,
Sure.
and you and I can meet and talk about this, about other venues to do that in too. But I think, some of what Charlie said and some of what you said, that all needs to be packaged together to make the case for the convention center. Because if somebody suddenly springs on the next city council members, hey, you got a week to decide $100 million to support the convention center, there's no context for it and the community doesn't understand it.
So, Councilman Miranda.
I just add one thing, and please, when you're doing your planning, see if you can get a people walker across the hall to one side so that we don't impede the traffic. That way the people in Harbor Island can maybe have some relief somehow.
I think that's part of the plan.
I have a grand vision. It's just a question of time and money. I have some time and I have no money, so.
It's always that money problem.
It always comes down to that.
He's got it all right there at the table.
That's why he's here today, not Dennis.
How about we put this on you as a burden to come back and get on the council's calendar, sometime after the new council comes in May, so maybe June, July, which would be good for relationship building with yourself and introducing the convention center. I think that would be a really wise plan. And with that, if there's any other discussion, I can go to public comment. Does anybody in the public wish to speak to this item? Hearing none, okay, we are done with that one. Item number 5. Remember, we start with our name. Everybody that speaks, start with your name.
Good afternoon, Council. Kenyatta Harrison Bridges, President and CEO of the Tampa Downtown Partnership.
Can we bring the presentation up on the public monitors, please? There we go.
On behalf of the Tampa Downtown Partnership, I would like to thank you all for allowing us to provide an update on large format digital design guidelines today. And today I'm joined by my colleagues, Senior Director of Urban Planning and Mobility, Karen Kress, as well as Zaina Kamal, Planning Coordinator. And I'm also joining us as our consultant, David Ehrlich from Finwater Advisors. Today's presentation will summarize the findings and the recommendations that emerge from the public input meetings as well as the stakeholder engagement process to evaluate large format digital signage in the Central Business District. At the Tampa Downtown Partnership, our mission is to champion the vibrancy and the growth of downtown by convening stakeholders, embracing innovation, and really nurturing the downtown thriving neighborhoods. And so in alignment with our mission, the study was guided in accordance with our mission as well as several key considerations throughout the process, including urban design, pedestrian experience, operational impacts, stakeholder and public feedback, and a long-term public realm stewardship. As we continue to have meetings, feedback that was received throughout the process and recommendations, they continue to evolve with the emphasis on context sensitivity as well as appropriate safeguards. As you may recall, the process began following Council's request for the partnership to lead the design guidelines, and that was really requested by the late Councilwoman Gwendolyn Henderson. The motion was made for us to lead the study and evaluate large format designs in downtown. Following that request, a formal selection process was conducted with Gensler being selected to support the design guidelines alongside of a broader team. From there, the process included a series of community public meetings, multiple stakeholder outreach meetings, peer city research and best practice research, as well as coordination with city departments, as well as conversations with FDOT, and multiple rounds of refinements based upon the public's feedback. Today's agenda, we will walk through the purpose of the study. We will also talk about the stakeholder outreach, peer city research, proposed design controls, and the recommended framework for council's consideration. Overall, the programmatic purpose of the study was to evaluate whether digital installations could function as place-making elements within downtown's built environment. And if appropriately regulated, it would support public space activation, arts integration, civic messaging, and pedestrian-oriented experiences. At this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Karen Kress, our Senior Director of Planning and Urban Mobility, who will walk through how the study approached urban design considerations and stakeholder concerns.
Okay, thanks, Kenyatta. Good afternoon, Council. So, what is this large format digital signage? It's signage that fits into...
Karen, say your name.
Sorry,
Please.
Karen Kress.
Thank you.
Tampa Downtown Partnership. Signage, so what is it? It's signage that fits into the building environment and is enhanced by art and placemaking. You'll hear more about that. Off-site advertising is the focus of the content, and it'll be both international and national premier advertising, with 20% of that screen time dedicated to the community. And the partnership would like to play a role in kind of carefully curating that. Here's a couple local images, just transposed on some city buildings, just for some additional context. That's the Fort Brooke parking garage, and then your next door neighbor here, T-Mob. As Kenyatta alluded to, we've tried to make this a very public process. So we've reached out to kind of these buckets of stakeholders. We had good conversations, lots of great questions asked. We didn't really hear much of no, absolutely not. Really comments centered more around, how many, where will they go, how big will they be, what are the operating hours, will they be shining into my residential windows? So those and then, and then from the art community, how can, local artists get involved? And then as Kenyatta mentioned, this was the team that we put together. David Ehrlich, who has flown in from Denver, started the Denver Theater District almost 20 years ago, and then he's subsequently consulted with many other cities, so he's been able to bring us some best practices and some real-world examples from other places. So I'll turn it over to him to just quickly give you some of that information.
Thank you. David Ehrlich, founder of Finwater Advisors. As Karen said, the focus of my time, 50% of my time essentially, is spent running the Denver Theater District, which was the first one of these kind of community-first signage districts established about 17 years ago. And then the rest of my time is working around the country, helping cities develop things in Atlanta, Baltimore, San Antonio, and other cities. What I want to talk to you about is national best practices. But what's been really, I think, very positive about this effort for me is in working with Kenyatta and Karen and Zaina, the discussion first starts with what is everybody else doing? What are the national's best practices? And then the question that was always asked to me is, okay, that's fine, what's best for Tampa? So it's really sort of a two-tier analysis. I'm going to talk to you about what's around the country, but then the partnership has done, I think, a great job in saying, okay, some of these we're going to adopt because that makes sense, but some of these we're a different kind of town. This is the community feedback, and so it's really two tiers. National best practices, but what's best for Tampa. So one of the first questions that you always go to is, this is new for a downtown. This is supplemental signage that has normally higher aesthetics, that has a community purpose, has a revenue share, a time share, oftentimes carbon neutral. There are a whole bunch of things that go with this. So essentially you have to have a new operating entity to implement this. This hasn't been done before, and every new city I've worked in, this is sort of new. So in terms of best practices, generally, so looking at Atlanta, they created a district and ran it through the Business Improvement District. Baltimore did the same thing. In Denver, I run the district as executive director, and I have a stakeholder board that includes the partnership, Visit Denver, members of the city. So again, similar. I'm very close to the Business Improvement District, but it's also a bunch of other stakeholders from downtown. And last, San Antonio, which has recently passed their district, they decided to run it out of the city. So they're basically running their district out of the Department of Art and Culture. If I was to give you a conclusion in terms of what I've seen around the country, I would argue at least that oftentimes it's best to run these through the business improvement district, because their function is what's best for downtown anyway. They're often gathering people, they're gathering different stakeholders. I went to 2 of the community meetings that we held, and the partnership is sort of where all different groups from downtown come to voice their opinions. And so I would say, at least from a national perspective, the best practice is often running it through the partnership. But that was sort of the first step. The other thing to know about these is, again, these are community focused. These are intended to bring a benefit to downtown, and they have. So in Denver, for example, we reinvest over $1 million a year in terms of downtown art and activation every single year. So we bring more light and art and activity to downtown as a result of this effort. So in terms of public benefits, what do other cities do? These do generate revenue, and oftentimes that's reinvested. In Atlanta, revenue, screen time, all to civic and art organizations. So Atlanta does a lot of micro grants. So they really got focused with art, local art, and did that. Baltimore, very similar, a little less revenue, but revenue and timeshare. They actually specifically give out a percentage to each of the 4 major downtown local art organizations. In Denver, we're a little bit more mature, and as I said, we have a decent revenue coming in. So we've sort of advanced to what we call art infrastructure. So we used to do events and placemaking, what the partnership does here, but we decided to do things like permanent digital projection installations. So we literally built 2 permanent digital projection installations, and we show local art on 2 of our iconic buildings all year long. We started 5 days a week, and the city came back to us and said, hey, this was during COVID, we want more light downtown, so we do that. We also are about to launch next month our own LED screen that will show 100% community art, content, civic messaging, things like that. San Antonio does a time and revenue share, or will do a time and revenue share, and they actually went the next step, and they said essentially every sign has to have an art contribution alongside it. So they wanted the public to walk up and down the street and not only see a sign that 20% of the time shows community messaging, but they wanted sort of an art piece or a light piece, and that's in some of your materials that's been distributed. That's like the cutting edge of investing into local art and adding to the aesthetics. And in terms of national best practices, Atlanta does that on an ad hoc basis, so they look at each installation separately. Baltimore does not do that, and Denver, we don't do that. I wish we did. We were the first ones. We sort of didn't anticipate where this was going. We are going to expand. The city has asked Denver to expand, and we are going to require something like that. San Antonio, again, requires an art contribution along with every sign, which is a great way to get more money into the local arts world. So again, just to conclude from my perspective, national best practices, again, if you were going to ask me, there's about like 13 different sectors in this type of thing. And I think I actually sent a memo to the partnership that the partnership is at about 12 of the 13 and is sort of close to the 13th, I mean, in terms of best practices, which is really impressive to me. Some of them are not exact best practices, like I said. Some of them are interpretations of a best practice as to what's best for Tampa. But as a conclusion, I feel very comfortable sort of putting my name out there and saying I've been very impressed with how the partnership has synthesized all the things that are going on around the country and said we want to be best in class. And I can tell you from an outsider's perspective, Tampa's a very hot market and deserves that. I'm going to turn it over to Zena, but I'm available to answer any questions at the end.
Hello, Zaina Kamal, Urban Planning Coordinator with the Tampa Downtown Partnership. So to go over what were the recommendations that David had gathered for this and what would work for Tampa, we are suggesting a pilot program with a length of 3 years that is going to be geographically bound to the central business district, and that will include up to 6 new signs during the pilot program with a maximum of 1 sign per building, allowing for corner wrapped signage, which technically would be sometimes 2 signs, but it would allow for that. And then in terms of locational criteria, we are restricted by the FDOT restrictions on state roads. So that is a 650 feet buffer from the interstate, as well as a minimum of 1,000 feet between each sign on the same side of that street, as well as not allowing any full motion video on state roads. Taking inspiration from that, we looked at what would work for Tampa. One of the things we, in our community outreach, we found that we want to protect the Riverwalk, so that is suggesting a 200 feet buffer around the Riverwalk, as well as maintaining that 1,000 feet distance between each sign, as well as prohibiting any signs on historic building or landmarks, and prohibiting any signs on vacant buildings, because we want to encourage them to actually lease them and not just rely on the funds that come through the signage. When it comes to the actual specific design guidelines of the signs, we are suggesting a maximum of 25% of the facade for the size of the sign. That is based on best practices that we've heard from David, and what we feel would be very much pedestrian oriented and not overwhelming for downtown. We also suggest a minimum height off of the ground of 12 feet and a maximum of 60 feet, as well as maintaining that orientation towards pedestrians. We also suggest that the encroachment into the right-of-way is maxed at 8 feet, and that no signs should be positioned across from any residential units. In terms of hours of operation, which was a topic that came up a lot during our input meetings, we are suggesting that during the weekdays, Sunday through Thursday, that would be sunrise to 11 p.m. and then the signs will be turned off. And for the weekend, Friday to Saturday, the signs will be turned off at midnight. This is excluding any special events. We're thinking if there is any hurricane evacuation or anything that would warrant for the signs to remain up for the public safety or public cause, that would be allowed. And finally, we have the maximum brightness and dimming, which are standards that were set by the consulting Gensler, which are in the technical document, that allow for a specific time between how fast the brightness can be increased or decreased to provide kind of pedestrian safety and vehicle safety. And I will turn it back over to Kenyatta.
Thank you, Zaina. One correction I would just like to mention, when Zaina said that the sign should not be positioned across from residential, the sign should be oriented downwards towards the public right-of-way and not shining into apartments. From a design guideline standpoint, we've also emphasized the public realm contribution and placemaking integration, requiring that an accessory art installation be incorporated within 500 feet. And we also we're requiring that 20% of the screen time be allowed for art and community, and that the overall integration, it's kind of intuitive to the surrounding fabric. And so when you talk about the art, it can be a mural, it can be a sculpture, or it could be a lighting installation. Those are the kind of installations that we're looking for to contribute not only to contribute to the downtown experience, so that this is just not about commercial visibility. In addition, there were a lot of questions that were raised in the community input meetings around maintenance and who will maintain these signs. And we're recommending that there's maintenance responsibilities that lie with the installer, so that when you look at the repair and you look at upkeep and you look at replacement, that's the onus of the installer, and it does not become an obligation of the city or a public obligation. And we're also recommending that the signs be upgraded or replaced every 10 years. Insofar as next steps, it's important to note that if City Council decides to move forward with the design guidelines, this does not immediately allow for large format digital signs in downtown. So in terms of next steps, we would be looking for City Council to evaluate if or not they want to accept the program, and if they want to accept it as a pilot program in order to move forward with the design guidelines. So I'll stop there and open it up for any questions you may have of us.
In our discussion, we talked about the 20%. I think that's kind of a non-starter for me. These signs have to have more of a significant benefit for the public. What that percentage is, I don't know. I mean, I don't mind the idea and the concept of these signs, but there has to be more of a public contribution for art and public services and public messaging than 20%. At that level, it just seems like another billboard, and that's not what I'm here for. I think that number's got to go up. I mean, obviously, selfishly, I want to see it 50-50. You know, somewhere between 20 and 50. How's that? Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm the only one, and I'm not certainly casting aspirations that I'm the smartest one, because I'm not. But I can tell you this is all about money. I can also tell you that I was here in the 70s, where there was nothing in downtown, not even people. If you don't believe me, check the record. There was one building that I remember on the corner of Ashley and Jackson, and on top of it, there was the size of this building, just about, a big early times alcohol liquor license building. You remember that?
I wasn't born, but
I say that.
I just thought it was a big early time.
But it was a big early, that was the only thing that was downtown. I don't want to be Atlanta. I don't want to be Denver. I don't want to be New York. I don't want to be Las Vegas. I don't want to be Baltimore. I don't want to lose our image of what we are. We have worked very diligently through 5 mayors, anyway I have, to make sure that downtown became something, because downtown in any city is the heart of that city. Name me one city that's over 250,000 people that has a downtown that's dying, and the city is dying. We have gone through many mayors who've all worked to make Tampa the best that they can. That's why they succeeded in one way or another. They all had different personalities, different opinions, different the way they speak, so forth and so on. But they all had one thing in common. They wanted to leave the city better than when they got it. So downtown is about the quality of life. How would you like to live in every building that we built? Not I, but buildings that were built by the contractors and so forth and so on, the people are living in now. And oh, we're not going to see them signs. I guess when you drive in the car, your eyes are closed. They live downtown, and there's other buildings going up around. There's 2 other towers coming up, maybe 2 more that I see. So you have an additional population moving into town, and now we're really going to help them out by putting signs on every building. You say 16. No. I see in the hall a gentleman that was here, and I call him a gentleman because he is, when we had the sign wars back 15, 20 years ago, and those that served in the council before and now still remember what we had to go through. There was an agreement made between us on signs and putting digital boards on the expressway, and it was a 5 or 6 to 1 ratio. I forgot the ratio, but it worked out so that everybody was happy. And it took about 2 years to get this thing done. And now we're going to come back and say, forget about those agreements. You think those people are going to sit in the sidelines and not do anything? I guarantee you, and they're much bigger than we are as far as revenue, and much bigger than the partnership downtown. You're looking for more trouble than you can handle. You're going to have more than what you think you're going to have, because once start putting those same individuals will say, we want our share, and I don't blame them, because there's none here now. So we're creating something that we should not be messing around with. You'll be in lawsuits forever, and I'm not threatening. I know what's coming. We were very diligently those years back, and all the council members and all those mayors that I'm talking about worked diligently to get the signs down, and we did. And look at us now. Was that part of the process? I don't know. What about the mental stress? People don't want to look at signs. They want to relax once in a while. They live here. I don't. They live here. They don't want to see all that happen to the city of Tampa downtown. They don't want to see signs. They're tired of doing everything they do at work, whatever they do. So what I'm saying is, it's a great, wonderful idea, but I don't think it'll work. But it's up to the council to decide. Thank you very much.
Hey, clerk, I think we probably need to start setting the timer. So 5 minutes on this round.
Hey,
5
that's
minutes
not
on this
fair.
round. It just dawned on me that we're probably
Yeah.
gonna. I'm looking at the clock.
So, I think I was next.
You are.
So, you know, that's a great idea in theory. The problem is we've already broken that. The city has, by putting the one, allowing the one up at the Benchmark Arena. And then apparently also all those little signs that are everywhere that are also digital signs. So quite frankly, I mean, lawsuits could simply be coming based on those already. So I think that we've been pushed to do this by agreements that were made, you know, before my time, at least. I don't like the idea of a pilot program, because pilot to me means you can start it and then you can stop it. But ideally, if we allow these signs, we're going to be allowing them, and if we shut down the program, those signs are still going to be there. They're not going away. So to me, that's not what a pilot is. A pilot is something that can show up and be taken away. So I don't like the idea of a pilot. For me, it would simply be a number of signs, and then we could stop at that number, or we could increase that number if we like the program. So to me, that's what I would like to see happen, because pilot, those words give an expectation that will not happen, meaning they would go away, because they won't. I do want to sign minimum size, because I think one of the visuals you showed was really tiny, and to me that is more of a Times Square problem. I want to see, for me, I would want the minimum to be this larger than the size of a regular billboard. That's just my personal way to look at that. Also, I thought the branded frame idea was really interesting, but I worry about branded frame. You didn't talk about that at all, but branded frame could very quickly get old. So I don't know if you're thinking about a branded frame as something solid, or if you're thinking about it as part of the digital. But I worry that if it's a physical thing, as tastes change, as things change, I don't want that to be aged, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I think it's a really cool idea to do something like that, but we have to be very cautious of how we do that, so that it stays with the times. I don't know, maybe I sound old by saying that, but we really need to make sure.
I agree.
That, I do love the idea of a stakeholder board. I think that's great. I'm not sure about the 25% coverage, because I think I need to see a little bit more of that. So do you know the size, how much coverage does that corner sign at Benchmark Arena cover the arena?
So I'm going to go back to the sign that was on the Tampa Municipal Office Building.
Yeah, can you bring that slide back up so we can all take a look at it?
Just wrap that building completely.
Well, I think so the example they showed is quite frankly way too small, in my opinion.
Well, so the sign has been updated a little bit since the presentation. On the Tampa Municipal Office, it's 25% of the facade, which represents about 1,200 square feet in total sign size.
Yeah, and I still think that's too small.
I agree.
I just do. So I did ask Benchmark Arena the size of their sign, and it's the one on the corner. It's a 99 wide by 39 high, for a total of 3,861 square feet. And I think that's a really good placemaking size, in my opinion, because of where it is and how you see it. I don't have a problem with the sign, and I don't have a problem with the motion that happens, but we just have to make the rules so that the motion can happen, because right now we don't have a rule for that. But I don't like the one on the Fort Burke garage. That's too small. That to me is a Times Square sign.
I don't like that one either.
Yeah, I think allowing small signs is not where we want to go. Okay. These need to be big, these need to be bold, because if we're only going to have 6 or 10 of them, we need to have we need people to know what these are, because people are going to come and they're going to go visit each sign. They just are. These are what people are doing now. They're going to go visit. They're going to see these signs. They're going to want their pictures in front of them. That is the way of the future, or that is what's happening. I don't have a problem with the 20 more than 20%. That's not a bad idea, but then that's going to balance, I'm sure, the funds that people can receive out of it. And if building owners are fine with that, I'm fine with that. I just do not like. And I love T-Mob and he hates T-Mob, but I really love brutalist architecture. But I also, this is just not okay on a brutalist architecture building to have something really phenomenal size-wise, especially where it is. It doesn't shine into anybody's windows. I mean, it shines into literally the office building next door, because the hotel windows don't start till way high, and then it goes into Gaslight Park, which is, again, it's like the Benchmark Arena in that around it you have some space for people to really interact with it. And so that's kind of what I'm looking for, is a space for people to interact. So for me, the minimum size needs to be a little bit larger than a standard billboard. And I don't know about a max. I don't know that I have one in mind, but
I agree with you about that size, and that doesn't look like 25% to me.
no, it doesn't. But I think it's 25% of just that particular.
It's just the front facing facade.
Just that front.
Excluding the windows up top.
Or excluding the windows and all that.
Yeah, and it should be big, it should be bold. That's really all I have to, I love the accessory art being required within 500 feet. I think that's a really fascinating, interesting thing, and I would love, I've seen some of, you showed some of the examples here, really love that, and I love the fact that it doesn't have to be 2D, that it could be 3D. I think that is really, it's really clever, and I really love the idea of making this, and keeping the parameters within the downtown core. My only concern is now with those small digital signs, how we actually incorporate that, because that is in violation of our current sign code. So I'm not really sure what to do about that. But in terms of this particular project, I like where it's going. I just want more.
I think staff needs to weigh in on that part of it. I don't think I object to this, the ribbon size of that. Maybe just needs to be a bit longer.
No, it's just not. To me, it really just screams Times Square. I mean, you're not going to get anything on there that you're really going to be able to see.
No, it depends on how high it is. Councilman Carlson.
That's size.
Yeah, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Hurtak on that. The public can't see these pictures. Can we turn them on real fast?
Oh.
But for the birdless building, it's too small. And to your point, maybe we should get an architect to look at it to figure out how to design it in the right way so that it looks compatible with it. Just to mention a couple comments my colleagues mentioned. We need to, I know we have some representatives from the billboard companies here. We have to honor the settlement agreement or we have to modify it in a fair way. So we can't just ignore that, and we need to make sure we pay attention to it. I've mentioned this before, but I would never have known about the issue with the Lightning had the representative of the Lightning not gone around and trash talked us in this. And if the Lightning have a concern, they need to come here and stand in front of us instead of having their people work in the shadows or representatives work in the shadows. We found out that their sign was being illegally operated or didn't follow the code because of this. Now, since then, some people who used to work at the city have called me and talked to me about how that deal was put together. And somebody mentioned the possibility of lawsuit over that. I think there is a possibility of lawsuit over the Lightning one. And so if the Lightning want to come to the table and work with everybody else, they can. But as long as they're whispering the shadow, they put themselves at risk, because there are questions now about how the administration negotiated that and gave that to them. And I haven't pulled public records yet, but I think others are going to because there are multiple problems with that deal. The other thing is that if the Lightning are allowed to have something, it needs to be the same as everybody else. We need to not give one party unfair treatment and then discriminate against everybody else. We need to have an equal playing field here. And I'll just remind everybody, I didn't come up with this idea. It wasn't my idea. I didn't even think about it. It was Gwen Henderson who came up with it. I don't know where she got the idea, but the only reason this is still alive is because we're trying to honor and respect Gwen Henderson. So if you want to trash talk somebody, I dare you to trash talk Gwen Henderson, but it was her idea. I think it's disgusting the way people are whispering in the background about this stuff. The other thing is, I've been to lots of cities internationally in the last year, and every major city in the world has signs all over the place. And even Singapore, which tries not to be Hong Kong and Tokyo, they have signs. They don't have as many, but in major cities, I was just in Seoul and Tokyo and Kyoto. Last year I was in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. They all have digital signs everywhere. I mean, think about Franklin Street in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Every store has moving signs in front of the store. Signs are everywhere. It's a part of the expectation of business now and the expectation to get along. To Councilmember Miranda's point, I don't think we should put a digital sign on the side of Tampa Bay Hotel, Plant Hall at the University of Tampa. I don't think we should put it on a historic building, but we shouldn't shy away from putting it on other buildings. Fort Brooke is not a beautiful building. I think it would enhance it by doing that. And also we could cover the broodless architecture. Can I just show a video real fast? 30 seconds?
Sure, go ahead. Until that green light goes off, the floor is yours.
Yeah.
You can tap dance while it's on too.
Is this on?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay. So this is, I'm such a geek. On my birthday in Tokyo, I took this video. There are what you can't see is there are hundreds of people standing in the street. And this is not a main street, it's just an average street. But you see how the cat is standing up there and he's knocking things off, and the people downstairs are scared. You see people moving because of that. All these they're 3D images in flat screens. And if you looked at the building, it's an ordinary kind of ugly building. And there are others like this in other cities and other parts of this city. But it's super cool that that you can create entertainment from this where it's placemaking, and all the businesses around are doing really well. In fact, behind me, they're about to build a huge condo complex and multi-use complex because of this. So the point is that it's not about running ads, it's about placemaking and building entertainment and building an environment for the community.
That's why we got to work on that percentage to be able to have stuff like that. Councilwoman Young.
Yeah. Well, you all made a lot of points that I was going to make. I think, the art component, having, art be a part of it, I think is really important. Also with, it's an opportunity to, create these, placemaking spaces, I think is really cool. I have a question for Mr. Ehrlich.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So I know you were talking about, you said pretty much Denver was, one of the first to start incorporating signs. So did you all start with a pilot program, or did you just go in head first? What was the process like for that?
We jumped in head first.
Okay.
We had a little bit of a different structure. I think a lot of what you're talking about in terms of pilot is a little bit of uncertainty, or trying not to overcommit to something. And what we did in Denver was we had a sign plan, and we literally took a picture of every building in the district and said, this is okay, this is not okay. So the public everyone knew before we started, oh, this building can have a sign of this size. Oh, this building can have a sign of this size. And so there was a lot of certainty. So we handled it in that way, and we just jumped in and did not limit the number of signs or anything like that.
I really like that idea of taking the pictures of the buildings to see what signs.
I'll tell you, it's a lot of work, but it gets rid of the uncertainty.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone says this building is, for example, historic and should absolutely not have a sign on it,
Mm-hmm.
there's no uncertainty because the sign plan says no signs.
Mm-hmm.
To Councilwoman's point earlier, if you have, I think the size issue you're talking about is important in that a lot of the best locations, even for media companies, are things like parking garages and really large buildings. So in Denver, when we had a large facade, you had a large allowable a sign. And so it wasn't that someone would say, oh, you can have a 2,000 square foot sign in the district, and people freaked out. They said, oh, there's a 2,000 square foot sign, but it's on this specific building, which has a ton of space, and the extra light will make people feel safer walking into the parking garage. So that specificity helped us jump in.
Yeah, I really like that. So after you all did that analysis, and so you said you all just kind of like jumped in, so there was no limit of number of signs or how big. It was just like, okay, these are the buildings that we've identified, this is the size, and then you all just kind of went in.
Yeah, and what I will say though is if I would not do the second part the same way again.
Mm-hmm.
Like the specificity is great,
Mm-hmm.
but even in Denver, I would say there should have been an upper limit to the number.
Okay.
You don't want to have a situation. I'll be honest. If you ever come to Denver, I think you'll be impressed. You won't walk around feeling like it's Times Square at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I would tell you that having too many signs is also not great for the media companies because the rates go down and things
Yeah.
like that. So I would say the jumping in with the specificity was good, but we should have limited the number of signs.
If you could have limited it to a number, what would that number be?
Well, for Denver, I would have said about 10 to 20. Certainly not more than 20. I think we were talking about a little bit of a larger geographic area than you guys, though. So maybe less, certainly less than that for Tampa. But you know, I think once you start getting above 15, things like that, then you are affecting the market in a negative way because you're just getting too many.
So for the size of this district, for the Central Business District, you feel the 6 is a sufficient number?
Look, I think Kenyatta has made a lot, the point that we initially were thinking of this as a pilot so that, you know, even though it was 6, it could always expand to more. You know, I think I would probably say that for Tampa, you know, something closer to 10 to 12 total would be appropriate because again, when you look at the maps and you really look at it, it's a large amount of geographic area. And there are a lot of cool, interesting, I think the council people made the points, a lot of cool areas that could enhance placemaking. A lot of what we do with our time is we look for areas that have signs for people to gather, and then every Friday afternoon we'll do a digital art show for an hour so people will stay downtown longer. So I think when you're in the 10 to 12 range, you will not feel overwhelmed. It will not be like Times Square. It's not even close to that. But you'll also generate enough revenue so that Kenyatta, ideally, and her organization can invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of placemaking downtown. I think there are key points made, like this is about money. I'm not going to hide from that, but part of the money is going back to the community in terms of placemaking. And I think once you get up to 10 or 12, then Tampa would really be generating a significant amount of money for placemaking.
Okay,
Heck,
thank you.
just our parking garages. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much. I want to comment on something because Councilwoman Gwen Henderson's name has come up, and I want to make sure, and Councilman Carlson mentioned her. This isn't directly to that. I want to make sure, though, that we put this in context. I loved Gwen. Like, Gwen was a hell of a good woman. She was awesome. She was one in a million. When I think about Gwen Henderson, I think about the Rattlers, I think about the Deltas, I think about Jefferson Dragons, I think about Lincoln Gardens and Carver City. I think about a lot of things. I don't think about digitalized signs. I'm just going to be honest with y'all. Look, she wanted this, that's great, but I don't want to make this as if President Kennedy's murdered. Let's pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964 in his memory. Okay, let's not stretch a single into a home run. That's all I'm saying. I'm for this, but I just, Gwen Henderson to me meant a lot. She didn't mean digitalized signs.
She swung pretty hard for this.
No, I know, but still, I'm just saying
she
is,
swung
this is
hard.
about, again, I'm for this, but Councilman Miranda said something, which is, this is something about business, profit, all that stuff. I just want to make sure that we don't stretch a single into a home run. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I like all of us, I loved Gwen a lot, but I just want to make sure that it's taken in perspective. This can survive on its own. This is good. I'm going to vote for this, but let's not stretch a single into a home run. That's all I'm saying.
Councilman Carlson, was your light a hangover from the previous?
No, but can I just, the other thing, I've said this before, but you know, we couldn't talk to each other, but we could see visibly, and you can go back and watch the videos, that she was stressed out because the administration didn't want this, and they were arguing with her. And even though she mostly had a great relationship with them, they were arguing with her about it, and it was stressful to her. And I feel bad that, you know, and that happened. And I'm not going to vote for anything because I thought she would have voted for anything. But the only reason this is still on the agenda is because she put it on the agenda. And so I think it's up to us to figure out what's best for the community. But my point was more toward whoever is behind in the shadows trash talking us for continuing this. It was put on the agenda by Gwen Henderson. And so, you know, please stop. If somebody objects to it, come speak in public comment. Let's hear it.
Just to remind council that we still have staff to present on this. Councilwoman Hurtek and then Councilwoman Young.
So, I understand we still need to hear from staff, but basically, I really think that this is, for me, and I think, I don't know if we all agree, but I don't want to pilot. I think just saying 10 to 12 signs and just moving forward is good, and we can even go from the 10 if you want. I do want a sign minimum size, And again, I do want that a little bit larger than a regular size billboard. So I don't know.
The only issue with that is I don't remember what they call it, like those, the ones, the vertical signs that hang off of a building. They made, I mean, I think every building's gonna look different. So,
I do
yeah,
too, but
yeah.
I think what it does is it allows the public to see this is not a billboard.
Mhm.
I think that's really important,
I-
because this
I-
is not a billboard.
But I mean, I think they're all gonna have to stand on their own.
I do
Each sign's
too,
gonna
but
stand on its own.
I am adamant on a minimum size, yes.
Oh, can we put the presentation back on the screen again?
CTTV, can we get the PowerPoint back up, please? Both screens, please. Thank you.
So if you,
You're gonna give me
yeah,
PTSD
this
if you
sign
keep showing
here,
the brutal
above the young lady or the young kid
Mm-hmm.
with the sign, with the artwork in their hand is 576 square feet. The intent of the 25% of the facade was to make sure that it was architecturally integrated within the building footprint, and it didn't look overpowering for the infrastructure of the building. So that's why we landed on the 25%, and it was a best practice across the country.
I really think that I really like, it might be more work, but I really like what Denver did. I really liked being able to see what could go on each building. So that would be my recommendation going forward. My only other request is that we have I know we need an ordinance to go along with this, so I want an ordinance started, because it sounds like we are going to settle this. We all kind of sound mostly on the same page about design standards, so now I'm ready for an ordinance. So, but that's staff thing, so.
Okay, so why don't we move on to staff now?
Okay.
And so and then we can wrap things up. Abby, are you here to present staff? Somebody was, the motion had for staff to present as well.
Yeah.
I don't know who's here for that.
Abby Philly, Administrative Development and Economic Opportunity. We've worked with the partnership. This is the presentation.
Okay.
We've met with the partnership multiple times. We've been involved in the meetings. We don't have anything else.
Fair enough.
So.
Okay, so you're here for questions and answers though, so there we go.
But that's what the motion says, to provide a report on the cities that have executed sign ordinances, outline the key points being considered for inclusion.
Okay, would you want to frame this into questions, or like, so where, from the city's perspective, where are we at with this?
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. So as far as the signs that have incorporated, I think Mr. Ehrlich referred to them: Baltimore, Atlanta, Denver, Miami, San Jose, San Antonio, and I think in prior reports to council, we've let you know that there's no real one-size-fits-all approach to sign ordinance or how these districts are managed throughout the country. But they definitely have some sort of intent and purpose that is specific to the city. They have regulations relating to maintenance, lighting standards, distance separation, and those types of things. Some are very specific about what buildings, and they identify those in advance. Others leave it to an identified entity to, whether it's the city or another related business district or similar entity, to identify, the size and parameters and things like that. So there are many different approaches that have been utilized by all of these cities. I will say, I hope everybody appreciates the difficulty and challenges that will be involved in drafting an ordinance. Council approved last week at your meeting a contract for outside counsel that we have retained at this point to assist us with the effort of managing all of these myriad of issues that are involved with the assigned program and with drafting an ordinance to implement a signed program. And so I would ask council to, rather than a short time frame, but we have a meeting with her scheduled for tomorrow afternoon to bring her up to speed on all of the various discussions and things that have happened over the last 18 months or so with respect to this issue. And so, we'd ask for time to bring her up to speed on these issues and then work with us towards, starting to draft an ordinance that would incorporate a lot of these things, and also take into consideration, as had been mentioned a few times, the impact on existing settlement agreements that have been longstanding, almost 20 years in existence, that the city has, that could be impacted and could impact, you know, how signs are done, not just in the central business district, notwithstanding council's desire to limit it to there, but the possible impact to the remainder of the city.
So what, should try to bring this in for a landing in the interest of time. What I'm hearing from council is that there is a desire to move forward with this. Does anybody disagree with that?
I just had a quick question with
Councilman Metzger.
legal here. So I know there's a settlement agreement from 15, 20 years ago. Will this, moving forward with anything today, will that affect that or put us in violation with that settlement agreement? What happens with that?
Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department, it could. We are still evaluating what kind of impact it would have, and it would be based on, you know, what possible changes could be made to the code, but it could impact it. It could open up Pandora's box, as they say, to electronic signs.
Susan, can I stop you right there? I just want to, I don't believe that this is right to move to have a decision point today. I think we're still framing.
Oh, yeah,
and
no,
bringing
no,
in the idea.
before
So I don't
we
think
make
any action
motion.
today is going to jeopardize any settlement agreement because we're still framing the issue. And this is just further narrowing what we're looking. So it's,
Future action could impact the settlement.
future action, yes,
Well,
not
whatever,
today, yeah.
right.
Okay, Councilman Young is first and then you. Councilman Young.
Well, that was kind of my question. I wanted to know if there was anyone that could just speak to the previous agreements, but we kind of covered that. I have a question for Downtown Partnership. What would be the because I really like what Mr. Ehrlich was saying, how they went around and took the pictures of the buildings. Is that something that you all could do?
It would take a little bit of time to do something like that, to go around and take pictures of every building and kind of superimpose what the sign.
Well, not every, just whatever you all deem as, okay, the sign could go on this building to this size. They're shaking their head no. Is that no?
One of the things that I've been very careful of is looking at private buildings and saying that this building should get a sign, because then I don't want the partnership looking like that we're choosing who gets signs and who does not get signs. Now, if it's on a public building, we can definitely do that on public buildings, but I would be hesitant to do that on private property.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Me neither. Me neither.
If I can just ask a few questions and maybe walk back a second. So when the guidelines
Start with
went
your
to,
name.
oh, sorry, Abby Feely. Kenyatta, maybe hang with me for a second because we've been working pretty close on this. So when the motion for the guideline development went to the partnership, that went with $30,000 from the CRA. And it really was exploratory in nature as to get us to where we are today. There were some recommendations made, then some stuff, they hired Gensler, and then we came back. Hearing what you're saying today, you know, if you wanted that inventory done of the buildings, what buildings, you know, based on kind of the map she put up with the buffering of FDOT roads, these roads to come up with, and we can share with you what Denver has as far as the sketch of each building, what constitutes the percentage on the facade face. Some buildings are 4 facades, but they only have 1 facade that is designated. I mean, we've done some preliminary, but I would suggest then, if that's your desire, then that go to a third party to do that. That's not, and that is part of bringing on the other sign expert, the other attorney as well, because the last time we opened the sign code years ago, it took us 5 to 8 years to do this. So to get this to a point of something you can take action on, if it is your desire to have that inventory, I don't know that that's an inventory that our staff or the partnership staff would develop. It would almost go out to a contract where this is somebody's sole purpose. They go do the inventory, they put the product together, that product becomes the technical standards of your code for you to be able to implement this as part of your downtown code or the city's downtown code.
Mr. Shelby.
Council, as was stated, you recently approved the legal department to bring on outside counsel for this. And I just have to share with you that I have known of Susan Trevarthen and her reputation for well over 20 years. And to act prematurely at this point, I would caution against that, because this has been a wonderful discussion, certainly.
Hold on.
No.
I want to make sure, because I got it from there too. I don't think that this is a workshop and we're not having action.
That's
We're
correct.
We're still framing the issues so that we can kind of get to a consensus of the direction we're going. We're still, one, we have to decide, are we still moving forward? But we're not reaching any definitive point of decision-making on this building's going to get assigned, that building's going to get assigned, we're not going to have assigned. I mean, that's not where we're at today, so I don't think that that's.
No, but what I did hear is I did hear at least one council member say that they want an ordinance drafted or the beginning of the process. And I'm saying, council, and that may very well be the case, and you may well want to do that, and it's absolutely appropriate. I'm not here to say anything but the fact that there's a meeting tomorrow with outside counsel that is brought in for this specific purpose that needs to be brought up to speed, so that council makes a decision that does not come with unintended consequences.
Okay, well, I wasn't finished.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. Okay, so it sounds like that, so to my question, so are you telling me no?
Well, for me, we would have to hire a consultant to do that type of work. We don't have the capacity in-house to do that kind of work, so we would have to bring somebody on board to do that.
We'd have to fund it.
And I think we have to be careful in identifying property, because if a building eventually gets assigned and one doesn't, then we can fall into some kind of issues with private property owners.
Well, and it was more so just to not saying this, you get assigned, you get assigned, you get assigned. It was just, these are the buildings that are in the central business district. This, if they had assigned, it could look like this. So it's not necessarily us deciding who gets assigned. It's just, what I would like to see, these are all the buildings in the central business district. This is what the signs could look like. So it's not deciding who is getting one or not. It's just visually, this is what it could look like if we were to say we were going to stay with 6 signs, or we're going to move to 10. And it could be, a variation of these, however many signs, but this is what it could look like. So I wasn't saying to say that we're going to pick them, just so we could see, and the public could see visually what it would look like. That was my reasoning for saying to do that type of analysis, which I think was smart on Denver's behalf, because if you're going to do signs, why not go first and say, okay, well, let's just see what the inventory even looks like. That was the only reason, not to decide who would get assigned or not.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to do it internally. We would have to hire a consultant to do that.
Okay, and then.
I think, Abby, I think ultimately you would want to end up with what you're talking about, though, which is a technical inventory that would actually identify buildings that could and buildings that couldn't, based on the criteria that you all discussed today, which would be a good thing to strengthen the code that you're considering then adopting. So I think it gives you an idea, but you would want to create that in terms of looking at, you have a downtown code that is a very form-based code, and in adding this to that code, you would want to have, I think you heard today, signs are very much an art versus a science, but this would give the science to your art. It would give you an inventory to say, in our central business district, there are 452 buildings. I'm making that up right now. Of those buildings, X are within so many feet of the Riverwalk, X are on downtown roads, X are within this area. Therefore, at the end of the day, based on these criteria, we might have 122 buildings that could be eligible. It's not awarding the sign, but it's showing eligibility to those facades, and then what those facades could be eligible for as far as 25% or 50% or 1,000 square feet or whatever that criteria would end up ultimately being for when you would then consider the ordinance.
Mr. Ehrlich, I wish you would have told us that idea in the beginning. We could have then covered all of that. Okay, well, that was it. Thank you.
Ms. Feely, I don't know if anybody's ever said that before, but if they haven't, you need to make a sign that brings the science to the art, Abby Feely, because that was a great quote. That'll go down in history there. But if we captured what you just said, I think it probably would capture what I believe would be the intent of this council. Councilwoman Hurtak, followed by Councilman Rivera.
So, going forward, one of the things that I want to hear from the lawyer too is, again, we already, we have digital signs downtown on these little, I don't know what they're called. Yeah, the Ike signs.
Kiosks.
Because I don't even see them. I'm really bad with, it's really hard for me to actually get my attention for those things. But those are digital signs. So, I mean, that's kind of, we already have these digital signs all through downtown. So,
But they're not considered digital signs, and they're considered wayfinding tools. So they're just a little different.
I think that's for a lawyer to determine. But also, so I do want to think about that. And again, I'm very interested to hear from this lawyer. I think we probably need to hear. So I don't know about a motion, but I would make a motion that after this lawyer, gets their feet under them with this process, that the partnership and staff, including that legal team, meet with each of us to really talk about like what, because I really think that this should go forward. I don't know to what degree, but I'm the one that wanted an ordinance started, so I would really like the starting processes, at least for an ordinance to be created. That's going to be my request going forward.
Councilman Vieira, and then we're going to bring this in for a landing.
Yes, sir. And I was going to say with that, because I know Ms. Johnson Velez and Mr. Shelby have talked about issues that could implicate lawyers. I mean, the way that I see it, if today a motion is made relating to an ordinance or something, we're not going to pass the ordinance today. There's nothing that would formally trigger, right, some sort of a formal legal process, at least that I'm aware of on that. So in other words, getting that conversation moving today in one way or another without taking formalized concrete action that is irreversible, essentially, I'm fine with.
I think that's what I said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So,
Councilwoman Hurtak,
so
you
I
had a
have a
follow-up?
question for Mr. Ehrlich.
And then we're going to bring it in for a landing.
Because my understanding is that these agreements have been made all over the country with like every city. Can you talk about some of these agreements and how the cities you work with have navigated them?
Unfortunately, no, in that there haven't, the ones I've worked in haven't had a similar situation to what you guys have.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. But I would like to know, because no one was able to answer for me how many of these agreements are out there, but it was quite a few. So I'd be interested to know.
Okay, so this is where I think we're at. I think we have if not a consensus, maybe -1 down there at the end. Okay, so we have an almost consensus. We have of moving at least with the will of this council to move forward with getting some shaping this up a little bit better. I mean, I heard, and it seemed like I got a lot of head nodding about the inventory, and I heard your concern about this needed to be out. But I think that's actually, I agree. I think that's a really good idea. One, it's also for the public facing. So the public understands, okay, there's not going to be a sign in the building that's directly across the street from me. Or there's not going to be a sign on this building. There's not going to be a sign on the Riverwalk. And when they actually see that on the map, these buildings are ineligible for these signs, the actual physical building. I think that's a really good communication tool to show that which buildings won't have a sign. I also think for the pleasure of council and Councilwoman Hurtak's point, like when you saw the picture of T-Mob with that sign being, the T-Mob swallowing that sign, you saw that maybe not have been great placemaking. So when you get that type of a visual, I think that's important. Our parking garages. I'm just you're talking about the numbers of signs. I started thinking, between Amalie Arena, probably a couple of signs on Amalie Arena. You've got the convention center, probably a couple of signs on the convention center.
That's in the, no.
Oh,
That's in the Riverwalk zone.
Is the whole building, convention center, within 200 feet, the entire convention center?
I mean, if you look at that map,
Does it?
it's significant.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to put one on the Straz. We're not going to, and so I'm very hesitant on that 200 feet because of that.
Yeah, that's true.
I would, yeah, because the Straz would allow it. You would allow it.
Put that map back up?
Get the presentation on the public monitors too, please.
Thank you.
It's harder to see on the map, but we can send you guys a more dynamic version of it where you can zoom in and actually see the specific signs. But for the Straz, the portion
backside.
of it that isn't facing the Riverwalk would allow for a sign.
And probably the convention center
Yeah,
is the
you
same
can
way.
see the convention
again,
center
yeah,
down
the
there,
side of
the
it
side that
isn't
isn't.
facing the Riverwalk. yes.
Okay. Well, so, I mean, I think generally the consensus would be that, you know, again, so you start counting down, then Fort Brooke, my gosh, that's probably 2 gigantic signs on each side of that building. And because they're not facing it's not facing anything. What's the garage called over there by Pan My Oreo? The one over by the Straz, I can't remember what the name of that one is. But just our parking garages alone, between those, just the public facilities, we're probably up to 6 or 8 just from the public facilities. Karen?
If I could just add, one of the strategies we did talk about is that maybe we're putting a cap on private sector buildings, and then the public buildings isn't really part
Good
of that
idea.
number. So just as a
I mean, I think that's a really good idea. So maybe, does anybody object to that concept of separating the idea of public versus private buildings?
No.
Councilman?
What was it?
Separating the concept of when we start talking about inventory, having the public separated from the private sector buildings?
Separate, man.
Yeah. go ahead.
Separated, but the thing I observed in the other cities that I was just in is that the buildings that are older, I think in some ways these
Enhance.
billboards lengthen their lifespan,
Yeah.
because it enhances the way the building looks. And I don't want to call out any buildings in downtown, but there's some really old buildings in downtown. But if you put something like that cat on there, whatever Tampa's version of it is, imagine you have a little pirate and the pirate's doing something, whatever. But if you do that, suddenly a building that's not that attractive right now can become really valuable.
I might like the T-Mob with a big old sign on it.
I'm not arguing with you guys. I mean, this is your recommendation, and this is our recommendation to you, and then we can continue to refine as you see fit.
Well, I mean, again, so what I'm hearing is that we'd like to see some type of an inventory I think specifically of the buildings that are not eligible, specific buildings that are not eligible. And I think that works with the technical standards that Ms. Feely discussed. And that's really a good way to communicate to the public so they understand which buildings are not eligible for signage.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, go ahead.
You're also doing the Franklin Street plan, and we need something to activate Franklin Street. If we had something like the video I showed you, and there are a bunch of other examples, you guys can Google them, but if we had something really cool like that, it would give people a reason to come out and hang out on Franklin Street to shop at all the stores and the restaurant.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I mean, it's just like the new park that we just cut the ribbon for. If you turn around, there's a art piece there, but that art piece now, in retrospect, with Herman Massey being open, that art piece is too small.
Right. That's true.
And the art piece was fine, sort of, but really, it's just, and it's really cool and dynamic, but it's just too small now.
I agree. Okay, so let's have some directions, and I'll be a little bit liberal with y'all having this. Let's have an open discussion. I think we clearly have an idea that we want to separate the private and the public buildings in the plan. I think that we want to have an inventory. I think specifically the buildings that are not eligible, but I heard from Councilwoman Young, she wants to see what's eligible as well. But that would be a comprehensive inventory that would be working towards the technical standard, which Ms. Feely had discussed.
Look at that map. That's going to take years.
I mean, would it? I don't know. I mean,
Would it take years?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, go ahead. Yeah. Abby, I mean, I think we just need to put out an RFP, get a company, let the company do it, and bring back the document.
Yeah, and that's going to help. That's going to help. That's going to help have a better product at the end.
It makes it,
right?
and it also, like I said, makes it scientific. I mean, I'm fully engaged listening to you. Already we bumped around from public versus private. Now separate them. Not because you're talking and having a discussion on one of the things that makes this such a challenging aspect of making it right. What looks right to you looks different to you. What looks different to you, it is part of this is in the eye of the beholder and how we all feel about it. So And one thing that's not in the room today are the residents of Pendry and the residents of One Tampa and the resident that we have something to show to be able to provide either that reassurance or that launching pad to have the dialogue of how this is going to enhance the city. So we could put together we would need to put together a budget, an RFQ for, okay, we're gonna spend this amount on it, give them the time frame to complete it, and hopefully it would not take years. We could say it needs to be done in 3 months or 4 months so that we can get this going, or 90 days. I don't know. The other thing we could do is see who's on our CCNA list right now. I think API Plus is on there. You know, I didn't come prepared I didn't know this was going to be the route of this discussion this morning, but who's on our list right now that if we got the funds together for, we could put out and tack on to a contract that the city already has, so it wouldn't have to go through something else, but we could get that together.
Okay. Well, so let's continue.
I'd be willing to do 6 months if we could use somebody else, but putting an RFQ out is like a 3-month process, and then it would need to be smaller.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that's probably the path that we need to go, and I think for staff to have that information, again, going back to Ms. Feely's talking about technical standards, that gives us a more definitive, outlook and description of what we're looking at. I think that will help staff in the end if we have these types of technical standards established, and it's not as subjective. Take out as much of the subjective as we possibly can. Now, I think if we define that 20% of these signs are going to have horses on them, we might be able to get Charlie Miranda on there.
Can I?
Okay, you go ahead.
To Ms. Feely and your point just now, yes, it can be subjective, and we need to be careful with the design standards. But I think in the criteria we ought to put that either an artist and or an architect is involved, because every building is going to be different, and I think somebody who's trained in the aesthetics has to pick it out. We can't just say a 20-foot sign, because a 20-foot sign, even if the buildings are the same height, depending on the architecture and massing and everything of the building, it would look different on different buildings. And so we need to put that as a criteria. Also, Councilmember Hurtak mentioned a minute ago about signs that are too small. One that was the opposite was Perry Harvey Park. I don't like the sculptures that are there, but when they were first put in, they looked massive compared to everything that was around them. Well, now the housing authorities built these huge buildings all around them. Now they look like they're in the proper scale, and so we need somebody who will understand the context of the community, and we need to think about, like in Franklin Street, for example, there are places where there are low rises that eventually will be built up, and like the Moss Brothers lot, that probably will be built up at some point. And so how do we build this in the proper context?
Councilwoman Hurtak.
The other thing that I wanted to make sure got in part of this discussion was I really love the idea of a stakeholder board. I think that was really excellent. So I didn't say that, and I wanted to make sure I got that on there. But so what I would like to see come forward again is a minimum size sign that's larger than a billboard. And then I want to hear more about this branded frame, and I'd like to see what that might look like and how that can change. Maybe it's just like a piece of metal that could then change over time, or maybe it's just a simple like I don't know, but just something that.
I think your point's well taken.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we? So we're not going to have a definitive answer for anybody today. But I think one thing we have decided that we should move forward. Is there anybody that objects to having staff work on doing an RFQ, hopefully with the existing vendor list, to be able to establish?
I'll make a motion to have staff come up with a plan and by a.
Councilwoman Hurtak, Abby Feely, may I maybe have just a little bit of time to go see who's on our current list first, and even if I provide a written memo back to you to say I went to contract administration.
That's exactly what I was going to ask
on our
for.
List, and then we could do the next step.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask for, a written memo.
Okay.
On June 18th.
Okay.
That should be a couple, I mean, because if all you're doing is just,
Yeah, let me just get with Richard Mutterback,
Yeah,
see who's on there, see if we have someone who would meet this scope, and then at least we know, yes, we do, no, we don't, and that would drive what our next steps would be, if
Okay.
that's okay.
so I make a motion to have a written report on the June 18th agenda to update council on the possibility of
RFQ.
an RFQ for,
I guess if we have someone, then we would just need to put together a scope of services. So the
How
first
about
question is,
just
if we
call it-
have someone, we'll just do a scope of services versus having to go through a request for qualifications. We would go to API, or I keep saying that because I think that is one I know we have, to say we would like X, Y, and Z done, and then we could bring that to you for approval. The other thing would be money.
so I would just ask for staff to bring an update on council's request for a building what do we call that?
Inventory.
Building inventory for signs, including possible costs. That's my motion.
Okay, is that good for you?
Yep.
Good, we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, we have a second from Councilwoman Young. All those in favor say aye.
I support it, but I'll vote against it at the end.
Okay. All those, yes, ma'am?
Yes, written report for June 18th.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those opposed say nay. Okay, the ayes have it unanimously, thank you. Councilwoman Young?
Did we already make the motion to have staff to come back after they meet with the lawyer, or to provide us with some information after that?
We have not, but I think they'll probably provide us individual briefings on those.
Okay.
If you want
I
to
think,
make that
I think
motion,
individual briefings on that.
I would support that motion if
Yeah.
you want to make it.
Do you want to say something, Mr. Shelby?
Yeah, I think it's individual briefings.
Individual briefings?
Yeah.
Okay.
At
that's
this
fine.
point in
Yeah,
time,
you can do it.
you can
Make the
always
motion.
assess, you can always talk with Ms. Johnson Velez offline and bring back something for a motion tonight or a later date. Up to you.
You want to talk to them offline and then bring something back?
Yeah, that's fine. But I think I would just like for us to have, some
Right.
information going forward, because obviously that's come up and I'm sure we've all heard about it, so I want to be sure that we're moving in the right direction, so.
Okay.
Perhaps what we could do is when you have the motion the written report in front of you on June 18th, no?
No, I think
Well,
they
they-
can be tandem.
Yeah, because it said they're meeting tomorrow, so tomorrow afternoon, so I just want to know what comes out of the meeting.
Okay, I think,
Well, if you want, how about we just ask the legal department what's best
So,
practice in this case?
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department, so I don't want expectations to be, because she's only been retained, council approved her contract a week ago. We haven't spoken to her yet. She's got 2 5-inch thick binders of background material to look at. So, I think it's gonna take a little time for her to get up to speed, just knowing, because we've been talking about this for 18 months. So we're happy to give you a briefing and update council once we have talked to her and she has some thoughts and feedback, but.
So can we do that, maybe just do individual briefings with everyone after, just like initial briefings after that conversation? Is that okay with everybody?
After the
Okay.
conversation tomorrow?
no.
No.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
know.
I didn't.
Maybe like 2 weeks.
I can check with her and see what time frame, and I can let you know
Okay.
what she thinks.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think that there's a couple of other things that I think we've discussed. One is my issue, and that's the timeshare thing. Again, for me, 20% is a non-starter. I would vote against a 20% timeshare because it just doesn't provide enough public benefit to be able to justify the significant changes. And I think that having the examples of like what Councilman Carlson said would require to make it that placemaking would require more, to have a kitty cat on top of a roof require more than 20%, pushing stuff over the side.
As we look at the criteria for the timeshare, we got to remember that there's 3 parties that will be involved: who's ever managing the sign,
Right.
the landlord, and the media company. So that
I understand.
time has to be spread across those 3 entities.
I understand, but,
Okay.
but we can't get there without having them to begin with, and it's 20% is a non-starter.
Got
For me. Councilman Carlson, you brought up a very valid point about the aesthetics of this. We have art committees that review, I know. Any thoughts about that?
No, I think in the criteria, you could just put that a licensed architect or probably a licensed architect would need to look at it, and because it needs to match aesthetically. if you just plunk a sign, that, like the example that we all didn't like with Fort Brooke, you just plunk a sign on there, the proportions are totally out, it's not symmetrical at all. And so somebody needs to look at it aesthetically and sort it out. Maybe there's a maximum size or maximum percentage, but it should be signed off by an architect.
So why don't we leave that as a to be determined of how we evaluate the aesthetics and the balance of the size of the sign per building, so we don't get into this maximum what you've got here, but it's because every building's going to be different,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So that we'll figure out maybe a procedure of how we do that, and maybe if you have any other ideas next time we talk about this, you could bring those forward as far as evaluation. Again, what that sign looks like on that particular building and how it's going to balance out and it maybe not be just that building, maybe the other buildings that are around it. How does it balance out?
Yeah, the whole.
Yeah.
Also different buildings have different facades. So
Yeah.
like you take the
Right.
building next door, it's flat and large and flat. Some buildings have vertical lines.
Right.
Some buildings have crisscross lines. And an architect or an artist would look at it and they would recommend different proportions and different sizes based on the exterior style of the building.
Well, like those garages are very horizontal. A lot of those.
Like where the one was on, I'm not an architect or an artist, but I think all of us saw right away that the one that was plunked on the Fort Brooke garage, that was not in the right proportion and it didn't match with the flow of the building. So somebody needs to look at them and determine.
So maybe bring that back. Is there anything else that I'm forgetting? So, Councilman.
One item, sir, I don't know if if you asked the public. if they want-
We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so because that closes out when we get to the public comment, and a workshop will be the last thing we've done. And I have some online people too. Ms. Feely, you wanted to address something?
No, Council Abby Philly, just one last thing. I think what you're starting to now talk about is the operational aspects of the program, right? Because what we're first talking about is what's going to go into the land development code as land development regulations. Then you're talking about programmatic operational matters that we really haven't got to. That's, again, kind of a part two, because one thing we did talk about at the onset of this is how do you control content? How do you ensure this isn't Mons Venus ads and alcohol ads and things like that.
This is no judgment for Mons Venus. The City of Council does not have an official position. The City Council does not have a Mons Venus.
Well, I didn't want to use a different term. Adult type use, advertisement, those types of things. So that is the programmatic aspect that, in partnership with the downtown partnership, we've been talking about. Who will when it's on at 1 o'clock in the morning and it should be off, who's going to go out there? When you put that in a land development regulation, that's not the appropriate place for that to be. That has to come out of the programmatic operational aspect of it, which I think still needs to be fleshed out further. We had to start with, what do we want, where do we want it, how are we going to do it? Now then we'll get to the how of how that would happen. Who's going to say when it's not 50% public share, art share versus private advertisement? I mean, that's all got to be managed and controlled by someone. So
I think this council kind of already, hence the partnership being here, has kind of already given that kind of nod or direction that we're assuming, barring any other unforeseen, injection of something here, that the downtown partnership would be the managing authority of this. And based on what a representative here from Denver said, it seems like that seems to be the best practice in some of these other cities as well.
And a lot of those things are managed in a special agreement between the partnership and the media company, as with the IKEOS that we're currently managing.
Given the guidelines that the governing body has provided. So I think that that's probably what the intention of this council would be as well. If we move forward with this, that we'll be moving forward with, one, we'll have a land development code changes for the governing structure of this. We'll have the design aspects as best we can governed in governing structure. And then the management part of this would be governed by a contract, an agreement that we've reached with the downtown partnership, and the downtown partnership would be managing the individual implementation of that based on the structure that this government body's established. Is that good?
And then the revenue also is something you want to keep. I know at the onset, Councilwoman Hurtak had talked about revenue share of this, potentially coming back into downtown to do things programmatically for improvements in downtown. And that too would have to be, because if it's, so there are other things
Okay.
we will need to talk about down the road.
I think we're gonna have lots more to discuss.
Sure.
Okay, I think we've kind of, that's about as much as we can beat this horse today,
Okay.
so. And why don't we go to public comment now? Anybody in the audience wish to speak to this item, please go to the wall. And then once in-person public comment is finished, I do have 3 individuals still online. They've stuck with us all this time. Okay, come to the podium, please. Start with your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Balaji Ajike, and I am the president of Rock the Block, Inc. As someone who has been sponsored by Ike Smart City, I'm here to represent the work that they have done with our organization. We host the annual Juneteenth Festival down at Raymond James Stadium, and this is our 6th year coming up. And Ike was able to put all of our signage, wayfinding throughout all of Tampa.
Push it down some.
Sorry, push it down.
Or on the top, you can wheel out to be able to see the whole screen. On the very tip top of the machine.
Oh my God, we haven't done this at school. Thank you. And so it's been 6 years, but last year we partnered with Ike. And so today I'm going to talk about just the different benefits that Ike has also brought with us. We have been expanding. In 2021 we started in downtown on Franklin Street. We hosted a pop-up during the Super Bowl, and we expanded. We worked with Clear Channel, we've worked with Outfront Media, but with Ike specifically, with the wayfinding and the city walk area, people are walking about, and a lot of people, especially those who may be disabled, are able to access those signage even more so than those who are driving. Further, I'm sorry, getting all my notes together. What we have seen especially is a lot of people have been coming to Raymond James Stadium. We host a full week. So this year from Monday, June 15th to Saturday, June 20th, we will be at Raymond James Stadium. Monday is our annual Juneteenth Youth Summit, and it's going to be so many different things for the kids. I know there's been an increase of discussion about the youth and youth programming, and we're going to have a lot of programs there. On Tuesday is our Health and Wellness Conference, and we invite everyone to also join because we're talking about food disparity, Visit Tampa Bay, and Feeding Tampa Bay, will also be helping us with our programming as well. On Wednesday is our Community Symposium. So with Ike and with all these different signages, we're able to advertise and tell people what they can look forward to, not just for Juneteenth, but throughout the year with all of our different programming. Further, there has been a lot of discussion about equity especially. And with signage, it costs a lot of money. As a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 especially, we don't get a lot of funding unless we are able to get grants. So of course we were able to get a grant through Hillsborough County, and this is our 2nd year. So I would like to lend my support continually to Ike. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker, start with your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Craig Bazarski. Good afternoon, council members. I am the owner of an apartment complex in the Central Business District at 801 East Whiting Street. I'm also a member of the Tampa Downtown Partnership. I'm here today in support of the proposed digital billboard initiative in downtown Tampa. First, I want to commend the Tampa Downtown Partnership for their tremendous amount of work they have put into this effort. I have attended the public hearings they hosted, and I believe the partnership has done an exceptional job gathering community input, listening to different perspectives, and approaching this initiative in a thoughtful and collaborative way. It is clear that a great deal of time and care has gone into how other cities have implemented this type of program and how Tampa can do it in a way that enhances the character of downtown while maintaining a high design standard. As a property owner downtown, I believe these signs can provide a meaningful economic benefit while also helping create a more vibrant, engaging, and dynamic urban environment. I also think these signs present a unique opportunity to support and showcase Tampa's growing art community. My only concern relates to the proposal to initially limit the number to 6 locations. My concern is that limiting the number to 6 locations could create a race to the application box where applicants are focused on being first rather than focused on delivering the most thoughtful and well-designed projects. I also worry that such a limited initial rollout could unintentionally exclude strong sites and strong applicants simply because of timing rather than because of the quality of the proposal. If the goal is to create a successful and visually attractive program for downtown Tampa, I believe the city benefits from allowing enough opportunities so that applicants can thoughtfully plan, design, and integrate these signs into their buildings and surrounding streetscape. I would encourage council to consider a somewhat larger initial rollout, which has been mentioned before, perhaps in the range of 10 to 12 locations, to allow for a more measured, competitive, and design-focused process that results in the highest quality projects for downtown Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pressman, start with your name.
Yes, sir. Mr. Pressman, council members, Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. I'd like to thank the Downtown Partnership for their hard work and for your patience today. I'm here representing Clear Channel Outdoor, who I've represented for quite a number of decades, and I worked directly with the city during those decades to bring forward the current settlement that the city has operated under for the last number of decades. Clear Channel Outdoor made a tremendous, far-reaching sacrifice, and they removed 772 billboards in this city, a grand majority of their inventory. And a deal was made, which is still a living document, which is still in operation. And now today we come forward and we're seeking to throw out that deal, reshuffle the cards, and do something brand new. Well, obviously Clear Channel Outdoor and likely the other outdoor advertising company is going to have concerns about that. I don't deal with legal matters, as you know. I'm just a zoning guy. But that is a significant concern that has been raised by your staff. That is something that is going to have to be addressed and a part of how this may potentially work. But as the Tampa Bay Times said about this issue, they noted that this would change the downtown character, with digital signs overwhelming the pedestrian vibe and reducing downtown's overall appeal. The move would also reopen a legal settlement over billboards that could see their numbers explode, which was a 10-to-1 reduction. And when we looked at Denver, which has been talked a lot about here today, which was done by this same team, when it was instigated, noted, is a mecca of monstrosity because 80% of these visuals are commercial, noting attention-threatening ads from Microsoft, Bing, Vector Bank, Sanyo, Sony, Microsoft, Target, insert your name here. The kitty cat that we saw was very impressive and very cute. But remember, what you're opening up by removing or addressing this settlement, as far as we're concerned, will be the wild, wild west of outdoor advertising throughout the entire city. It will be Pandora's box because there will be a different regulation for electronic signage, digital signage, and for open field for where they're going to be located. So those implications are significant and far-reaching throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, start with your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hey, good afternoon, Alfred Wendler. I'm also with Clear Channel Outdoor. I just wanted to follow up, reiterate with Todd saying that I think that one thing I'd caution is that you all expect that this is just going to stay within the boundaries of the downtown core. And I can tell you that it's not going to. We did a Freedom of Information Request Act earlier this year, and one thing we discovered that our competitor out front has put a proposal before the city to convert 10 billboards across the city, and they said that they would take down 18 faces in consideration for the 10 digitals. Under the current code right now, we have to take down, it's a 10-to-1 ratio, so it's a square foot ratio. We have to take down 10 times the signage that if we want to convert one of our signs. So already you're seeing that our competitors are saying, well, if we're going to change the rules, we're going to change all the rules. So I would just caution that, the unintended consequences of opening up something that, to Todd's point, we litigated this over a period of time from starting in the mid-'80s. So so people want to focus on the fact that this is in the past, but to Todd's point, it's a current living document. We are currently operating under it. We've been operating in good faith, but as a company, if we suffered substantial losses to the point where We took down more signs in the city of Tampa than our Tampa market currently operates. To put that into perspective, this year we're on board to roughly do $38 million worth of billing with 690 signs. We took down 770 signs. So when you start trying to figure out what we do as a company to address our losses, our harm, we start looking at this and just say, it's going to be big. It's going to be a big deal for us. Then it also begs the question, why don't we just not do anything? We worked really hard to get to, we're in a really good place as an industry. We're a really good place. The dust settled. We had a lot of skirmishes, 20 years ago. The dust settled. We've all been happy, and all of a sudden we're looking at redoing some agreements. And then it begs the question, you guys went through a process, you looked at it, you had our competitor Orange Barrel, which hasn't really been addressed in this conversation much, but they're the ones that impetus behind this. It wasn't Gwen, it was Orange Barrel coming to Gwen and suggesting that this program get pushed forward. So you guys went through your process, you looked at it, and you came to the conclusion, guys, took it under advisement, looked into it, really can't figure out a way to make it equitable for everybody involved in the industry, so we're just gonna pass. So, I mean, that's also a reasonable outcome of these workshops. So just want to put that all out there, and I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Anybody else in the audience wish to speak to this item? Hearing none, we're going to move to online. Gabby Caceres, C-A-C-E-R-E-S. Gabby, are you online?
Hello, I am Gabby Caceres.
Thank you.
From Ronald McDonald House, Tampa Bay. Just wanted to talk about how, as a nonprofit organization, one of our biggest challenges is visibility, especially during major moments like launching a new brand or raising awareness for the families we serve. Recently, Ronald McDonald House Tampa Bay partnered with Ike Smart City to help reintroduce our organization to the community with a new look, feel, and message centered around family-centered care. Through that partnership, our messaging received over 500,000 views across the Tampa community. For a nonprofit organization, that kind of visibility is incredibly impactful. What made it even more meaningful was that this exposure was provided as community advertising space through Ike's community commitment. So completely free, as I like to say, if it's free, it's for me. As nonprofits, we often have to make difficult decisions about where limited marketing dollars go. And this partnership allowed us to reach the public in a major way without having to pull funding away from programs and services supporting families with hospitalized children. Public digital signage gives nonprofits a rare opportunity to reach people where they already are in the heart of the community. Whether someone is walking downtown, attending an event, stuck in traffic like I am on Ashley Drive, and I see those Ike Smart City billboards say what's happening in around town, these signs create moments of awareness that traditional marketing often cannot. For organizations like Ronald McDonald House, that visibility directly impacts families by helping people learn about resources that may support them during some of the hard moments of their lives. We're grateful for partners like Ike who are helping create more opportunities for nonprofits and community organizations to have a visible voice in our city. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Gabby. Tammy Roque, I think, R-O-Q-U-E. Tammy? Tammy, you're muted. Come off your mute.
There we go.
There you go. Start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Tammy Roque with Highwoods Properties. We own and manage the Truist Place building here downtown, as well as the Furman lot and garage. I want to first thank the Tampa Downtown Partnership. I know they've put a lot of work into these guidelines. And I've also attended the community engagement meetings and am here in support of this act during for the Central Business District. As a downtown property owner, we do view this as an exciting program. It's much needed opportunity to create an additional revenue stream, which can then be reinvested into the properties and the buildings downtown. It also provides a platform for, again, property messaging, community art, community association, and impact. Our only concern, again, thank you, Congresswoman, Ms. Hurtak. The 5 signs or 6 signs is not enough. And putting this into a pilot program, again, is going to cause, I think, more issues than not. Either that we decide to go through this program or we do not. And limiting the signs to 650 square feet, again, does make this thing look like a standard billboard along the side of a highway. And again, we thank you for your time. We thank you for the review. We thank you for all of your input and impact in support of the initiative. And we look forward to any opportunity that this can create for the downtown. And thank you. We look forward to more meetings ahead of time.
Thank you, Tammy. Tyler Sirota. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for having me, council members. My name is Tyler Sirota. I am the founder of TT Art Collective, an art organization that's been helping cultivate the art scene in Tampa for the past 7 or 8 years. I'm also the founder of Tampa's first Art Fair Tampa, which will be taking place this October at the Tampa Convention Center. I'm here in support of the digital signage that is across downtown. I believe that it's a great way to help promote local artists, events, and culture. Seeing art daily is an inspiration for a lot of different community members, and it honestly spurs innovation. So being a city with international business, seeing local art or artists from across the country, it's I think just a big help in increasing innovation and raising awareness for local artists, and it allows accessibility and beauty to the city. Gives us, the community, a sense of belonging, and kind of gives you something to look forward to, like what's going to be on the signage today or what's going to be on the signage next week. Another thing is that art reduces stress. If you know, you're drawn to something and helps you think of something in a new way. Just all around in support of everything that the digital signs have brought to the city, and look forward to new ways that we can keep highlighting the local art community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tyler. Clerk, has any of the other registered speakers appeared online? They have not. So that concludes public comment. Thank you very much, partnership, and all the public speakers and staff. We're moving on to item number 6. Councilman Carlson.
I just wanted to have a discussion. We can do it quicker, longer, but just discussion. We set a rule a couple years ago that said that if that set a requirement that the staff put documents in OnBase by 5 o'clock on Friday, and then they started saying we're doing verbal reports and there's no documents. And so this morning we had a really important detailed conversation. It would have been helpful to us and the public if we had seen the documents last week. So the question to you all is, we have limited control over the administration, but we have control over our agenda. So what do you all want to do in a case where we're asking the administration to present? They probably would just not put anything in there, and then so that we would cancel it. But it's not fair to the public that they're not getting the documents in time to read them in advance.
I don't like the absolute. I mean, I get that the goal is to have them posted on OnBase, but I think tying our own hands probably is not, because not everything is, sometimes stuff just happens. So,
what we should do is charge the administration a $50,000 fine that would go to charity. That might get them.
I support that. Councilwoman Young.
Well, I think I agree with you. I think, like, for me especially, I'm still fairly new, so it's good to have the information beforehand, especially when it's a very lengthy conversation. Just so you have, time to look over it. If I need to, talk with Ms. Kopesky about numbers, like it just kind of helps a little bit more, as we're coming into the conversation. But also to our chair's point, I know sometimes things may change, so I don't know if it's just, asking for, just a little bit more, I don't know, effort or something, and like getting those documents into OnBase if possible, so that we can have just, instead of the first time we're looking at 20 pages is when we're sitting right here and we have to formulate our questions as we're digesting it versus being able to at least have 24 hours to look over it before we come into the meeting space.
I mean, I think our expectations is that, you know, as Councilman Carl said, our expectations, it is on late. I just hate having things absolute.
get that.
But the perception of the public is that the administration does it on purpose because they don't want the public to have a chance to generate opposition. But it is what it is. What happens is that if the public is not given a chance to see it, they'll come back again and ask us to put on the agenda again. So it's going to take the same amount of time, but somehow we have to compel the administration to provide transparency to the public. And I don't know what the solution is, but I just want to throw it out, see if you all have any ideas.
Councilman Miranda.
I don't know if they do it on purpose or not, but what I'm saying is, I follow the procedures. The procedures should be what it is here. However, there's always exception to every rule. Something happens that you can't get it, it's an emergency, and you gotta do it that day to pass it on the Thursday. So if you miss that Thursday, you gotta wait another week, and by the time whatever it was is gone to you know where. And you can't solve that problem and exacerbate the problem that we're trying to solve earlier. So I agree with it. However, there's gotta be a way, maybe the chairperson, wherever he or she is entitled to have communication to the administration or call the chair and tell them what it is, and then we can understand what's going on.
I think that's a
solves
good
the
idea.
problem.
Yeah, agreed.
Let the chair.
Dump it on the chair. You know,
You wanted that.
you ask, you know, every time I call a friend and complain about my day after Thursdays, they go, you asked for it, you signed up for this. So the,
You said history, by the way.
exactly. You know, here's an example like today with the budget thing though. Let's say we stuck to this rule, what would the option be? We don't get the presentation, and we get kicked off another meeting a month from now, you know? So that's the problem, is the consequence could actually be worse than
But the question is, why were they late? They had plenty of notice. They can't say, oh, it was last minute or something like that. If we didn't give them enough time, that would be another thing. But it's probably because they did somebody in the mayor's office didn't want the public to see in advance so they could argue about it. So we just asked basic questions.
Well, that's strategery, as George Bush would say.
I think the public expects and deserves transparency.
Well, I think I agree with your, I think the goal of this is to have it in OnBase as per council's request we'll ask the administration to please, as best as your administrative ability to meet that goal and that expectation from council.
But to what Councilmember Miranda was saying, as you're doing an agenda review, you will see, we all see on Friday if it's in there or not. And so whenever you're doing agenda review, if you see the one that's on there, if they say, hey, we would like to have this, but we need more time, then you can say, well, I'll work with council to give you more time. But if you see that there's something controversial they're trying to push through without giving the public a heads up, then you can say, hey, that's not right, let's figure out
Mr.
something.
Shelby, would you please help me with that?
Offline.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I already do that during my agenda reviews. I ask, okay, this isn't an on-base, why isn't this an on-base? And sometimes it is a mistake, but sometimes they just don't have it. So yeah, I think leaving it to you is a good idea.
Okay, we'll add that to our checklist for our agenda reviews.
Hear that, Sam?
I'm dumping on the lawyers. He's already on my agenda reviews too, so we're gonna dump that on
Thank you.
Mr. Shelby.
Mine too.
Okay, that concludes our regularly scheduled program. New business, Councilman Carlson. We'll do it tonight?
Tonight's a new business.
Okay, very good. Okay, then can I get a motion to receive and file from Councilman Guido Maniscalco? Second from Councilman Charlie Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, ayes have. See you at 5:01 PM.
Is that tomorrow or today?